INEA has become CENIA, the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency established by the European Commission. With a budget of around 56 billion euros for 2021-2027, CENIA supports the European Green Deal by implementing EU programs that contribute to Europe's transition to climate neutrality by 2050. The agency supports vital transport and energy infrastructure actions under the Connecting Europe Facility Programme, and under the Horizon Europe programme also implements research and innovation projects aimed at fostering climate action, improving the competitiveness of the energy and transport sectors, as well as the quality of the services they bring to society. CENIA also manages the implementation of the Innovation Fund, one of the world's largest funding programs for commercial demonstration of innovative low-carbon technologies. The agency also implements the Renewable Energy Financing Mechanism. This helps member states in reaching the renewable energy targets, and the Public Sector Loan Facility pillar of the Just Transition Mechanism, which supports the regions most affected by the transition towards climate neutrality. CENIA also advances environmental, nature conservation, climate action and clean energy projects as it takes over the implementation of the LIFE programme. It is also in charge of the European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, which supports the Common Fisheries Policy, the Union's Maritime Policy and the EU's agenda for international ocean governance. With its focus on climate, the environment, modern infrastructure and networks, CENIA is the EU's focal point for green projects in Europe.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this virtual info day for the CEF Transport Call 2021, which has an impressive budget of more than 5.5 billion euros. My name is Dirk Bekkers, and I'm the director of the CENIA agency. Now, on the agenda today, there's quite a lot of issues, as you can see. There will be an introduction to the policy context of the call. The priorities of the call will be explained, or the topics as we call them now. And then, of course, some practical aspects linked to the submission, evaluation, and the award process. For those who just watched our video, you will have seen it already, but you see that we have quite some projects we're managing. So CENIA was established in April 2021 with the launch of the new MFF, and it's an executive agency that where we're managing projects that build on those that were managed previously by INEA and by EASM. Now, the new delegation brought some more programs to the agency and an important increase in budget to be managed and in staff. So, as you can see here, the different programs that we're managing is, of course, the Connecting Europe Facility 2, where we'll be managing the transport and energy part, the Renewable Energy Financing Mechanism, the Just Transition Mechanism, of course, Horizon Europe, but then where we had in the past energy and mobility, we'll have the climate part as well. We'll be managing, or we are managing, the Innovation Fund. We took over the LIFE program from the EASM agency, and then including as well the European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquacultural Fund. Now, all these new programs, as you can see there, will raise our budget to more than 55 billion. And out of this, a bit more than 31 billion are assigned to the management of the CEF program, the transport and energy parts that we will be managing. Now, implementing the new portfolio will support, of course, the European Green Deal. All these programs are linked to it, which is, of course, the growth strategy to lead to EU's sustainable economy, and which is one of the top political priorities of the Commission. With ambitious targets, and for instance, as you know, there is this. One of the examples is the revised greenhouse gas emission reduction of 55% by 2030. And in there, of course, CENIA plays an important role since we're managing all the projects that should contribute to it. Maybe just a word on the past program, on the one that we're, of course, still implementing, but where the calls are being finalized now. So it's the 2014-2020 part where we have a portfolio of more than 1,000 projects. We have been investing, or the Commission has been investing or contributing more than 23 billion, and that has led to a total investment of more than 50 billion. Now, if we move to the new program, so 21-27, you see, of course, apart from the fact that these programs continue to support infrastructure and connectivity in Europe across the three sectors, there is, as I mentioned, a huge increase. And so the 33.7 billion that the financial envelope is built up of 25.8 billion for the transport part, 5.84 for energy, and then 2.07 for digital. Now, as I said before, we'll be managing the two parts, so the transport and the energy part, while the digital part of the CEF program will be managed by the HDA, so the Health and Digital Executive Agency. Now, CEF 2, what is important to know is that it puts more emphasis on synergies across sectors, which, as you will see as well, is then implemented through work programs that are addressing at least two sectors with specific award criteria and then with budget contributions from the different sectors involved. Now, on the overview of the calls, the transport call that we're discussing now consists of quite several calls with a huge, a rather important number of topics, 77 in total. There will be something I should mention as well, is that there will be one specific info day in October regarding the two alternative fuels calls, whereas today info day is concerning all the other calls and topics. Now, the reason why there's so many topics is that, okay, that's linked to the location of the network, the budget envelope, and then the type of action, which led to different number of topics. Now, what is important as well is an application can be sent only for one topic or can address only one topic, so not a combination of them. Now, something that we thought would help you is that we have on our website, on SINEA's website, we have a matrix which we think should allow you or facilitate the navigation throughout the topics. For instance, you see there is a yellow circle on the top, and that indicates that if you would have a proposal for studies on the core rail network in the cohesion country, then you select this topic, and then it will bring you to the selected topic on the funding portal. Now, today you will have a lot of information, of course, from colleagues from MOVE, from SINEA, and our central service about the funding on portals, and as well about the eGrants system, which will be the new system to manage all these projects. Maybe this is my last slide. As I said, I don't want to take it too long because you will have so much information today that I should really keep my introduction short, but this I think is quite important, the call deadline, the call table, so you can see when the call was published on the 16th. I guess very important is that you have in mind that the deadline for submission is the 19th of January 2022 at 5 o'clock sharp. And so I would really insist that don't wait until the last minute to submit your application. We had we had problems in the past that people really came in the very last day and then around 5 o'clock. So you have time until the 19th of January, which is several months. So please don't wait last minute, but get started and make sure that you submit not the last day, but well on time. So you see the rest of the days and the rest of the timing, I mean, and so for us, what is important for SINEA is that, of course, we will need to have all grant agreements signed by the 20th October next year, so with all the others you can see. So this is my introduction. I would like to thank you all already because I know there's quite some people there, a lot of interest, so thank you for your interest. I hope that you will enjoy, all of you, the info day, and I will pass the floor now to Olivier Silla, who is head of unit in DG MOVE, and who is in charge as well of the CEF program and CEF Transport in particular. Olivier, the floor is yours. Thank you and bye.
Thank you very much, Dirk, for opening and introducing our info day from the SINEA premises. I will say a few words about the policy context of this call. And of course, after that, we will go through the priorities together with my colleagues from DG MOVE and SINEA. Of course, we are receiving quite a lot of questions, so I'll try to anticipate certain questions in the presentations, as my colleagues will also do. In case your questions cannot be answered, of course, we will take them into account in our FAQ system, so an answer will be provided. Don't worry if we cannot take them right away, especially if your question is about specificity or a specific project or something that is perhaps of less general interest. We will tackle it, but it's through the FAQ system. Now, on the CEF policy objectives, just to recall that we are somehow no longer in the, let's say, business as usual situation. There is a major new element that goes through all the EU programs. This is clearly the Green Deal, and the Green Deal has been operationalized in a climate law, which sets a binding target for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions of 55% by 2030, and also to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. So this is a major change also for our program, because we clearly know that this will not happen without a major increase, notably of rail transport, public transport, and other low and zero emission solutions. This has been also highlighted in our sustainable and smart mobility strategy, which indicates also what are the priorities for the coming years. And this, we will see, will appear throughout the priorities that we will present. The CEF clearly still has the priority to contribute to the connectivity in Europe. And here, what we would like to achieve in this period 21-27 is to complete as much as possible the TEN-T core network. We have the target to complete it by 2030. So the next period, the current period, sorry, is really key for that. And as I was mentioning, we will dedicate at least 60% of our financial envelope to climate targets. These objectives have been then put into practice in the work program for the CEF 21-23. We have front-loaded about 18 billion in this first work program. So the big change for you is that as you will have now a work program that is covering 3 years, it's not like in the previous period where there was a work program every year with different priorities. Now you have the visibility for the first calls for the year 21, 22, and 23. And so this front-loading of 70% of the budget will be allocated, so as I said, through 3 calls. Today we are speaking about the first one of them, but also a rolling call for the alternative fuel infrastructure facility of 1.5 billion. As Dirk Bekkers was indicating, this will be the subject of a specific info day on the 14th of October, and also some 200 million for technical assistance. Now, you have seen in the slides presented by Dirk Bekkers on the call matrix some indicative budgets. So just to explain a bit where these indicative budgets are coming from, we have in the call and in the work program respected the indicative allocations set by the legislator in the CEF regulation. And broadly speaking, we have a division between what goes to the completion of the TEN-T network and what relates more to a qualitative improvement of the network, be it digitalization or alternative fuels and other safety aspects, for instance. And there, the split between these 2 priorities is different according to the envelopes. For the general envelope, it's 60-40. For the cohesion envelope, it's 85-15. So this reflects the needs into for the investments in the network. One important also element to note is that when we are in the first block, so for the completion of the TEN-T network, clearly you see that 85% will go to the core network. This matches our priority clearly to complete the core network by 2030. 15% can finance actions on the comprehensive network. A few words on the climate aspects, also quite important in this call. So there will be, as for the other EU programs, a system of climate tracking of all our budget expenditures. This is only for information to you because you do not need to do anything. The climate tracking is done by topic, so automatically we will know what type of expenditures are tracked and with what marker. What is important is to say that this is fully consistent throughout the EU program, so the same project, for instance, financed under the CEF or financed under the regional funds will have the same climate tracking. For you, what is more important is the climate proofing of the project, as clearly for works, you need to look at the mitigation and adaptation aspects of your project. And usually this was done, this is being done in the context of the environmental impact assessment. So as you know, submitting an environmental impact assessment is something that is compulsory for applying for works. As part of it, you are looking at the climate aspects. So in the application process, there is, in the application files, there is a specific place where you will be requested to provide a synthesis of the climate proofing of your project, both on mitigation and adaptation. And we have, since now a few weeks, guidelines, technical guidelines on how to do this climate proofing. So this is not compulsory at this stage for this call, because it is, of course, very recent, but as much as possible, we recommend, of course, that you are using these guidelines, especially if your application is about a study that will prepare future works, then, of course, please use these guidelines. They are published on the official journal in all languages of the EU, so that's very useful. And it's important to do this work thoroughly, because if your climate proofing identifies specific mitigation measures or adaptation measures, these are eligible. So you can include them in your project and they will be supported as part as your project. And this can include, of course, mitigation of environmental impact, preservation of biodiversity, for instance, reforestation activities, ecoducts, noise protection barriers, and so on. So I mention it because this can only make your project better and increase its standing. Same thing for the synergetic elements. This is a bit of a novelty as well, in the sense that you can, as part of your application, have some activities that are not directly related to the transport infrastructure, but can, for instance, be about renewable energy generation within certain limits, within the limit of 20% of your eligible cost. And of course, it should not be completely disconnected from your transport investment. You have to relate the two. Of course, the energy that is generated, for instance, in this case, should benefit your transport infrastructure and then improve the socioeconomic case or the climate or environmental benefit of the project. So two elements that are, of course, a bit horizontal and that are quite important as novelties of CEF2. Now, I will start the part of our presentation that is about the various priorities. So we have regrouped the various priorities according to clusters. So this does not, let's say, follows the list of all the calls, but we have regrouped. We have indicated on each slide the calls that the slide refers to. This is the green line with the acronyms. So we will explain each time. And we will see also if we are referring to works or studies, and what envelope is concerned and what is the co-financing rate. So to start immediately with the railway cluster, I will then you will see immediately that for the railway, both the core and comprehensive networks are eligible, hence the corresponding calls, and both the general envelope and the cohesion envelope are also concerned, so you have then the four combinations. What are we willing to support? Clearly, as it was the case in CEF 1, we'll continue supporting the construction and upgrade of cross-border and missing links. This, of course, will also include the capacity and performance upgrade of existing lines, so both new lines and existing lines. Perhaps a new inflection will be given to capacity increase in nodes. We know that in many cases, the possibility to increase rail traffic is hampered by the lack of capacity in nodes, especially the coexistence between local and long-distance traffic. So this type of projects will be, of course, looked at with great priority. Interconnection with other transport modes. This was also the case for CEF 1. We need to complete the connection of airports. This will remain clearly a priority. And same for the connection of freight terminals to the TEN-T, the last mile between the terminal and the rail network. This is something that will also be among the priorities. And as also it was the case before, electrification of railways. As I was mentioning, this will be supported both from the general envelope and the cohesion envelope. For the general envelope, the standard rate is 30%. For cross-border projects, it will be 50%. And we have this specific case of cross-border projects between cohesion member states, in which case these projects can be supported under the general envelope at the rate of 85%. And of course, for the cohesion envelope, the rate is 85%. So that's for the railway cluster. Now I will switch to the ERTMS part, and for this I will ask my colleague Marcin to present the ERTMS priority. Marcin.
Good morning, everybody. There is a good information about the support of ERTMS under CEF 2. We will continue the support with a significant amount of money, and I would like to guide you through some basic information on which we will provide the support. So first of all projects have to be compliant with the legal framework in force, in first place CCS TSI, but also the Interoperability Directive, or any subsequent versions of those legal acts. Then we will support only baseline 3, as also in the past, so no step back to support baseline 2. And what is also important, we'll focus exclusively on the support via so-called unit contributions. Yes. When talking about unit contributions, as you probably know, in 2019, the Commission adopted a decision which defined the unit contributions, among others, for ERTMS. We'll continue with this support, and this will be the exclusive way how we will support ERTMS in the future. So we have different categories of support. Firstly, onboard, then truck side, and different types of support regarding retrofitting, upgrade, fitment, deployment, and upgrade. So we'll reapply the unit contributions that were defined in 2019. We consider that there is no need to readjust those unit contributions because the time lapse from 2019 is not long enough to revise them. we don't see any changes, major changes in terms of the cost on the market. There are no new bigger suppliers either, and no technological changes. So for this reason, we decided to go ahead with the same set of unit contributions as in the past. However, with two significant amendments. Firstly, there is an issue of urban nodes, and as Olivier also pointed out, we have to tackle the issue of urban nodes, and there is an issue of the capacity. And with regard to ERTMS, we also noticed that several infrastructure managers decide to deploy ERTMS between the nodes, but they leave the nodes unequipped, and this has a very detrimental effect on interoperability. For this reason, we would like to give appropriate incentives for the infrastructure managers to consider deployment of ERTMS also in the nodes, and we developed a new set of unit contributions, especially for the ETCS deployment and also for interlockings, in order to better reflect the complexity of ERTMS deployment there, but also to reflect higher costs. So we hope that we'll see more projects in the nodes in the future, and we'll close the existing gaps there. The second major change as regards the unit contributions is the issue of the cohesion envelope. So in the past, we developed unit contributions for the general envelope, and we successfully implemented it. So we can see that there is a merit of using unit contributions. We would like to reflect also the potential higher co-funding rate for projects to be funded under cohesion envelope, and we reapply the unit contributions developed under general envelope for the cohesion envelope. So there is an increase pro rata, and as a result, we have a higher unit contributions for the projects applying under cohesion envelope. So in principle, it's up to the project promoter to decide under which envelope he or she is applying in this particular case. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marcin. Perhaps just also a word on my side on ERTMS. So this time, ERTMS is supported through a specific priority. So it is no longer possible to come with a rail application that includes both the construction of the track and ERTMS. The reason is that we have observed in the previous period that unfortunately, as the ERTMS component was always at the end of the cycle, then with all the delays accumulated, it was then very often, too often, then the part that was cut out of the grant agreement because of the delays. So in order to improve the maturity of the ERTMS project that we would like to receive, we would like that ERTMS projects are submitted through then a specific application through a specific priority. So that's also an important change. Now let me tackle the reduction of rail freight noise. This is also something that we have been supporting in CEF 1. We will continue to do so with the same approach, namely with a unit contribution. The unit contribution decision has been approved. It is already published, so you can access it through the call website as well. So you will see what is the tariff that we would like to pay for each type of wagons. So no change in that respect. We'll continue to support S-type and SS-type wagons. The unit contribution is based on a cost analysis for composite brake blocks, because this is the most widespread solution. Of course, disc brakes will also be eligible, but then the tariff will not be specific for disc brakes. Now, as regards the TSI, the technical specifications for interoperability. We also wanted to have a priority that is relatively open without prescribing perhaps too much into details what type of projects we would like to receive. We know that there are many interoperability aspects that can be improved. So here, the priority is relatively open. So actions, for instance, contributing to the reduction of discrepancies for fixed equipment would be eligible, but also we can go a little bit towards the operation aspects, notably all actions that can improve the implementation of the operation TSI, and also the telematic application for passenger and freight TSI would be eligible. So there we have also received a few questions in relation with, but what exactly should we prepare? What is exactly the topic? So there, let's say we do not wish to prescribe too much into details what type of actions this is, a rather open priority for tackling interoperability aspects under the general envelope only and at a 50% co-financing rate. So this brings us at the end of our rail cluster. We are a few minutes in advance, perhaps, which then we can use for taking some questions. So I will now look at my colleagues managing the Slido system, and they are looking at the questions you are sending for the rail cluster, and we'll try to take a few of them in the coming minutes. Good, thank you for all your questions. You will see on screen. So, as I said, we may not answer all questions live, but we will try to tackle a few of them with my colleagues. So, first, I see a question on the wagons that are equipped after retrofitting. So there is nothing in the call, but in the model grant agreement, you have a provision that indicates that the mobile assets have to remain used for the purpose for which they have been equipped during 5 years. So I think that's the answer to the first question. On the second question, on the railroad terminals, we will have a presentation on the terminals per se, but I can tackle it right away. So here, clearly, we are facing a shortage of terminal capacity in Europe. So our perspective is to be as wide as possible in terms of eligibility. So it's not, of course, that the terminal has to be located very far away from the TEN-T network, but we also know that the space to build a new terminal might not be located 1 kilometer from the main line. So what is important, of course, is that the terminal is connected to the rail, and of course it can be, depending on the location, I think 20 to 30 kilometers is indicated here. So we need to see case by case, but this is something that, of course, remains in the range of what should be acceptable if it is justified. So again, I repeat, on the terminals, our perspective is flexibility because we really wish to increase the capacity. I will not answer right away questions that are relating to a specific project. This is the approach we are taking in general, but I will, of course, the questions will be answered either bilaterally if it is a specific question or through the FAQ. Concerning the interconnection between rail and other mode of transport, well, typically what we are been supporting and what we will continue to support is the rail connection between the main station of a city and the airport, for instance, or improving the rail connection of a port. Certain ports are connected, but there is a need to increase the rail capacity to serve the hinterland. So if you wish to have additional lines or additional heads in the port, that's also possible. I think I tackled the rail freight noise already. So yes, retrofitting with disc brakes is possible. However, the unit contributions is the same as for the others. So on the telematics installation on rail rolling stock, this is something that we have also supported in the past. This time we would like to introduce a bit of a restriction concerning the sensors. You've seen that sensors will not be eligible on the wagons because we consider that in most cases these are, let's say, corporate solutions that are not interoperable, and in addition, sensors are very cheap. So this is a normal business investment in which we should not be involved. So I think the ERTMS part has been tackled, but sorry. Sorry, my colleague needs to fix something.
Hello again. The first question concerning whether the projects for rail works can include also ERTMS trackside component, or there has to be separate priorities for small applications. As indicated also by, as indicated by Olivier, it has to be a separate standalone project. So we don't want to have a project as in the past to have a mixed projects, truck side and then ERTMS deployment. ERTMS can be only deployed as a standalone project. No longer supports the needs B3, therefore whole new system. Is this upgrade or retrofit? If no longer supports an ERT installation and vehicle needs B3, therefore a whole new system. So I would say that in this context, it's a retrofit, if I understand the question correctly. The next question, will there be other CEF call for proposal connected with ERTMS systems among the new perspective? Well, we have a perspective for the next 3 years, and then ERTMS call that will be launched on an annual basis. And we also assume that after those 3 years, then we will relaunch a new set of calls, and the scope of it will be decided also on the basis of the experience from the upcoming 3 calls. No, sorry. So I put something. So maybe you can. Scroll, yes. Okay, because I clicked on this. Is there a required minimum project value for ERTMS projects to be awarded a grant? So we don't have any specific provisions for ERTMS projects as such, but our general principle is that the EU contribution should not exceed 1 million euros. So this would be the minimum is 1 million euros. So the project should be bigger than this value, and you have also to take into consideration the national co-funding rate. What is the deadline to complete the ERTMS projects materially and financially? So in principle, we have the general approach that the work projects should be of 4 to 5 years, and in principle not exceed the deadline of 2026. If we install the ERTMS project, is there any requirement to keep upgraded locomotives only on the 10T lines? We don't have such a requirement. For the time being, we don't see the equipment rate of the rolling stock sufficiently high, or the percentage sufficiently high to go for ERTMS only lines, but this requirement be considered at a later stage, but not definitely for the next 3 calls. And how to deal with actions combining more topics? As indicated, we are opting now and launching calls for ERTMS only projects, so no mixed ones. And if there are any restrictions regarding ERTMS onboard units, for example, diesel locomotives or vehicles using 10T only partially. So as regards 10T partially, well, we indicated that we would like in first place to deploy ERTMS on the locomotives that are operating on the 10T network, and would like also to deploy 10T network first. And this is the vocation of CEF fund. And as regards diesel locomotives, we don't have any specific restrictions for the CEF call as such, but there might be some general rules applicable for the CEF funding, but this, then I will leave the floor for Oliver to cast some more light on this issue. Do we fund diesel locos in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Well, on the ERTMS equipment for onboard, we have not set any requirements concerning the type of locomotives. So at this stage, there is no restriction. So I will then perhaps, I think we are at the end of our ERTMS related questions. And then we can perhaps now tackle the next block and come back to our presentation. I will let my colleague manage the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will now start on the maritime and inland waterways cluster with the maritime part. There will be 4 slides on that, and then there will be a couple of slides also on the inland waterways part afterwards. The first part here on the maritime ports will be the maritime ports projects on the core and comprehensive network. Actions to be supported here will be the facilitation of port access, basic port infrastructure with a particular priority on the development of zero or low emission multimodal solutions, the development of capacity and facility linked to offshore wind farms, and improving also the connectivity with remote and outermost regions, member states with borders, without land borders with another member state. Then we will also give particular priority to shoreside electricity supply in line with the Green Deal ambitions and also with the requirements in the Fit for 55 proposal from the Commission. Here there will also be the possibility to support shoreside electricity projects linked to cruise ships, also in this case. There's also a possibility to support projects for port reception facilities for waste from ships, projects ensuring year-round navigability, and railroad connections within the ports. And again, here you will see on the slide the co-funding rates, respectively 30 and 50% onto the general envelope and 85% onto the cohesion envelope. Now there will be 2 slides on actions related to smart and interoperable mobility. The first one is an example. It's the European Maritime Single Window Environment, which can be covered. It's actions supporting the implementation of the European Maritime Single Window Environment as defined in Regulation 2019-1239. And examples of such actions that can be supported include the adaptation of the maritime national single window to the new legal requirements and the integration of the harmonized interfaces into the maritime national single windows. Here, the maximum co-funding rates under the general envelope are 50%. Then there will be a possibility to support actions supporting the implementation of vessel traffic monitoring and information systems, VTMIS, Examples here include possible future developments on the VTMIS, which could, for instance, be VHF data exchange systems, VDES, vessel traffic services, VTS, such as the future monitoring and communication needs for the enhanced surveillance of autonomous ships and shipping. Another example is the mandatory reporting systems, MIS, additional features related to the ship-to-shore reporting, for instance, reusing data, reporting once not only between the authorities, but also between the shipping industry. And the next slide is the motorways of the sea. So here we have, again, projects on the core and comprehensive network. The actions to be supported. I'm on the wrong slide. Include the upgrade of port infrastructure, hinterland connections, and dedicated terminals, where required to establish or expand short sea shipping links. And again, please note that at least one core port network of a member state and another core or comprehensive network port of another member state has to be involved in such actions. And then also other actions facilitating short sea shipping, which are not linked to a specific port. That could, for instance, be ICT platforms, ice breaking, or actions ensuring year-round navigability. And here, the maximum co-funding rates under the general envelope are 50%. I think that was it now for the maritime part, and I'll hand over to my colleague, Hugues van Honegger, on the inland part.
Good morning to all. I will present the priorities for inland waterway transport. Just one thing, I would like to repeat that the Green Deal and the sustainable and smart mobility strategy have really pushed now to have more modal shift to inland waterway transport. And we also adopted NIADES 3 communication 24th of June, who is also calling for this push. And one of the pillars to improve this modal shift is surely the infrastructure pillar. So that's why this program is quite important. And I will go now for the first priority on infrastructure for inland waterway. Then on the core network, and please be aware that the comprehensive is only for inland ports, because there is no comprehensive network for inland waterway. So we have action to be supported, not exhaustive, but what we would like to see is the upgrade of existing and creation of new waterways, the construction, lifting, upgrading of locks and bridges, not only movable bridge, but also to increase, for example, the under-bridge clearance, the automation of waterways infrastructure. Important thing is to improve the integration of the sector, so we'd like to have more interconnection between inland waterway and maritime transport, but also with road connection. Basic port infrastructure, including also shoreside electricity, as proposed by the alternative fuel in regulation, infrastructure regulation. We also would like to support port reception facility for waste management from the ships. The ensuring year-round navigability is, to be clear, that it should be capital dredging to improve the access of waterway and inland ports, but also equipment like hydrological facilities and ice-breaking facilities. And finally, we also support waterside infrastructure outside inland port, for example, including the creation of upgrading infrastructure for mooring and waterborne operation along a waterway. Thank you. Then the general envelope will co-funding at 50% and the cohesion envelope at 85%. Then we go to the second topic of inland waterway, which is the river information services and digitalization. There, the work program was quite mentioning on the river information service support. So we decided to propose you some action to be supported, but clearly not exhaustive as well. We have the deployment on smart onboard and land-based component of risk. This is more, let's say, hardware for help facilitate the digital transition and automation of the sector. We have also coherent deployment of union-wide harmonized risk components. This is more software and services. This is mainly to also make sure that we have harmonized standard all over the EU. Then we have also things we would like to focus in the complement, integrate existing risk projects with additional work to facilitate data sharing between authorities and inland waterway transport users. We have also a push to have reduction of administrative burden and elimination of paper flow of documents through establishing solutions that facilitate machine-to-machine communication. So this is quite important also for the sector to reduce this administrative burden. And then finally, we would like to support action that contribute to the holistic vision of NIADES 3 in terms of digitalization or automation, and including port community system and inland single window system. The general envelope will conform to 50% for this. Thank you.
Good. So we will now take a few questions concerning the maritime and then the inland waterways together with my colleagues. We are a little bit in advance, so we have time for questions. That's good. We had a look at the questions we have received on the maritime. I will right away tackle two aspects, and then we will go through other questions. So the OPS issue and the relation and the road connections. So on onshore power supply, there were some questions relating to whether it should be only under the maritime port or it should be only under AFIF, so the Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Facility that will be presented later on the 14th of October. So the answer is both. So onshore power supply can be supported under the maritime priority in this call, under the inland waterway port in this call, and also it can come as in an AFIF proposal. It can also be part of a Motorways of the Sea proposal. So OPS is now, if you wish, regarded as a very normal piece of the port infrastructure, and that's why it is now open fully under the maritime ports, the inland waterway ports, Motorways of the Sea, as a regular infrastructure component. We also had a question in relation with LNG, so LNG bunkering. So here the answer is different. You cannot apply for LNG bunkering under the calls, under the maritime priority or the inland waterways. LNG bunkering will only be eligible under the Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Facility with specific conditions. So for the calls presented today, LNG bunkering is not eligible. Then there were a few questions concerning the road connections to ports and maritime ports and inland ports. So there, our logic is very clear. We do not want to increase road traffic into ports. So our perspective is not that in case a port is developing, then we have more road traffic going in and out of the port. So we would only support road connection to ports where it brings a local environmental benefit. We know that in certain cases, the road traffic going out of the port is crossing a city center or a densely populated area, and in certain cases, there are projects that would circumvent the urban area, creating a bypass. So basically, let's say, relieving the city and the inhabitants from the road, the heavy road traffic. So what we will be looking at in these cases is really at the capacity. So if the capacity of the bypass is the same as was before, but it just, let's say, displaces the congestion or pollution aspects out of the inhabited areas, that would be good for us. But if it is to increase the capacity of road traffic in and out of the port, then we would not support such projects. So perhaps I will now go through some of the other questions. So I think that I mentioned the first, I answered to the first two questions on screen, also on the LNG, OPS as well. So then, if an action is covering different topics, it must be then submitted through different applications. So the principle is that one application equal one topic. You cannot have within the same application different topics. So here you cannot have with the same application some activities relating to inland shipping and others relating to maritime shipping. Unfortunately, these would need to come through separate applications. So on the maritime ports, also we have a question on, let's say, the priorities that will be given to solutions that are zero or low emission for serving the hinterland of the port. So here what matters is that, again, we do not wish to support the expansion of a capacity of a port if the port has not looked at its global, let's say, mobility aspects. And notably, we don't want to enhance the capacity where it would generate additional non-sustainable traffic. If there is no mobility plan, if there is no strategy that the additional capacity would then be shipped through rail or through inland waterways, and there is no concept behind, of course, we would not support such projects. So what we mean here is that if you come with a project that is about additional capacity in a port, you need to explain how that additional capacity will be moved into the hinterland through zero or low emission solutions. So a bit the same question. So what does it entail under basic port infrastructure that will be a priority? Which, well, simply it will mean that the applications that fit with the three priorities that have been mentioned, so what the one that was just mentioned, so the multimodal zero emission solution or low emission solution, or the connection with, for instance, the development of wind farms. So these projects will, of course, rate higher through the award criteria, priority and urgency of the action. So this is the manner we will translate these priorities. So it does not mean that other projects are not eligible. Other projects can also be selected, but they will have, of course, a lower score compared to those that match with the criteria that are mentioned in the call. So I think the following question is a bit the same on whether to apply with one or two applications. So again, I repeat, one topic equal one application. Shoreside electricity in ports, is it possible to realize this at the location of a single private terminal operator? So the shoreside electricity device should be accessible to different operators. So we cannot support equipment that would be the exclusive use for one operator. Can a comprehensive port apply on its own for a project on facilities for offshore wind? Yes, there is no restriction compared to core or comprehensive ports. Of course, the budget is not the same. You have to apply for the comprehensive part, and there will be less budget overall for the comprehensive part, but yes, it is eligible. Motorways of the sea is indeed only eligible under the general envelope. And activities related to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in terminals within ports, are they eligible? Again, here it depends a bit on the nature of these activities. You can have very many activities reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So you can have activities that relate, for instance, to the use of alternative fuels, in which case they would be eligible, but under the alternative fuel infrastructure facility. But as we said, for instance, if it is about installing OPS, this is also possible here under the maritime priority. So I think we have gone through most of the questions relating to maritime. I'm scrolling again, and we can perhaps now then display the questions in relation with inland waterways. So I see now the question for inland waterways. I will share with my colleague Hugues. So first, can you confirm that climate proofing is not mandatory for the CEF Transport 2021 call? So this is not, of course, specific to inland waterways, but the answer is no. The obligations to carry out an environmental impact assessment remains, of course, fully applicable. And as you know, as part of this, you have to look at the climate aspect. So in that sense, you must continue to look at the climate aspect as part of the environmental impact assessment. What is not mandatory is the use of the guidance on climate proofing that I was mentioning earlier, because it has just been published, and we realize that it's a bit late for applicants to take it into account in case they have already, or they are doing, or they have already done the impact assessment, or they have already contracted out the terms of reference for doing so. So in these cases, of course, it's a bit too late, and there ends the flexibility. So it is not mandatory to follow the technical guidance on climate proofing for this call. It is, of course, recommended to do so. Second question, the project funding rate 50%. It is both for inland ports and inland waterways. So, and now I will go through the remaining questions together with my colleagues. So starting with the first one, the projects concerning the fleets. So the daily trip passenger vessels are not eligible under this call. Now, how to choose a priority between inland ports and multimodal platform when all the modes are involved in inland ports? Well, again, it depends a bit on the nature of the investment that will be made. If the investment is about, if the investment is about a port component, clearly it has to come through the inland port. Now I see that there are some more questions about what is eligible under inland waterway. Perhaps I would leave my colleague to tackle these following questions.
Morning again. So for inland waterway and inland port dredging on the port and port approach, but it must be capital dredge. Yes, this is clear. It's really to optimize and to help the access to the waterway and the port. So it's only capital dredging. The maintenance should be done by member states. If a mixed proposal for inland is necessary to split studies and work in different work package considering co-funding rate the same, I think we can mix both studies and works, but the studies should concern the works included in the. No, it should be split it between. Wait, SESAR. You can have studies and work in the same project, but studies and work should not be independent. So it should be independent. So you can have works on a certain type of thing and study on the other type of thing in the same project. Then yes, we believe also that this could be, in fact, in the ensuring navigability, to have a system, software system, to improve the waterway management, especially on when we have low water level and floods.
So this brings us, I think, at the end of our questions for inland waterways. Let me just perhaps repeat one element concerning the studies and works within an application. So you can come with an application that is only about the studies. You can come with an application that is only about works, or applications mixed, studies and works. But if you come with mixed applications, the criteria that we will look at in terms of maturity for the works, and that will be explained a bit later today, is that we would like to see that at least the key steps in the environmental impact assessments have been done. So you cannot come with a proposal that starts from, let's say, the feasibility studies back to going to the putting the infrastructure into operations. So mixed can be that you still need to perform certain engineering studies before starting the works. That's all right. This will not delay the process. Or, as my colleague was explaining, you can also come with an application that is about works, for instance, on a certain section for which everything is ready to start, and a study that relates to the same project but not to the same section, that would prepare a phase of works that would start later, and that could be subject to another application for works. I think we are now done with this maritime and inland waterways cluster. As we would like to respect the schedule due to the web streaming, we will resume at 11:30 with the next block. Thank you very much. So hello again. For the block concerning the roads, the terminals, and the multimodal logistic platforms. So I will start with the roads projects, and then my colleagues will come concerning ITS and the road safety and the safe parking aspects. So as regards roads, you have seen that the call is quite precise in terms of eligibility. So what would be eligible are only the pre-identified road links that are mentioned in the CEF regulation, with a priority to cross-border core network links. So what does it mean? It means that either we will support through in the call concerning the core network, so those pre-identified links, so the cross-border links mentioned in the CEF regulation. So in the part where you have the corridor alignment, you have the cross-border links and the missing links. So there you will find the road links mentioned. And as regards the comprehensive network, you have to go to the section 2 of part 3 of the annex. And there you have the list of cross-border projects on the comprehensive network, and a few of them are road projects, and they would also be eligible. So this is the first case. We, of course, are a wider eligibility for those member states not having a land border with another member state. So clearly there, the entirety of the TEN-T network, core or comprehensive, is eligible, and we would also support road connections to maritime and inland ports or to terminals, but only to address bottlenecks and under the conditions I was mentioning when speaking about road connections to maritime ports, namely that the result of such investment should not be an increase of road traffic, but just a, let's say, alleviating a bottleneck and, for instance, reducing the local environmental impact of road traffic by creating a bypass. Perhaps at this point on all the road projects, it's important, of course, to recall what I was mentioning in the policy introduction, that clearly our policy is not to increase road traffic. This is very, very clear. So if you come with a road project, it would be very important to look thoroughly at the climate proofing of it, and notably at mitigation measures, because this is something that will be, of course, looked at when assessing the project. So as I was mentioning, mitigation measures are also eligible. So if a project, a road project, comes with a certain number of mitigation measures, it has, of course, higher chances of being selected. Now, as regards the terminals, we have tackled it already. So just to repeat, our perspective is really to increase the capacity of terminals and the number of terminals in Europe. We know that there is a shortage of capacity, there is a shortage of terminals, and we cannot achieve modal shift. We cannot increase the share of rail in particular if we do not have more capacity in terminals. So our perspective here is really flexibility. So what will be eligible are those railroad terminals that are listed in the in the TEN-T regulation, both core and comprehensive, but of course not only those are eligible, but beyond those you can also apply for a terminal, a combined transport transshipment point, and another type of multimodal logistics platform. For instance, also the rolling motorways. So these are all eligible. They do not need to be listed. They do not need to be in nodes. The only condition is that they are connected to the TEN-T core or comprehensive network. And as we also answered the question before, we also understand that the terminal may not be directly on the TEN-T network. Sometimes it is located more in an industrial area that is perhaps a few kilometers away from the main rail, and that's all right, as long as, of course, the connection is to the TEN-T network, to the rail network, is ensured. So there, we would like to have flexibility. We also, in terms of terminals, we are ready to support the greening of terminals. A certain number of equipment in terminals still work with fossil fuel engines. So if there are some projects to electrify or to improve also the efficiency of terminals through digitalization, this will all be eligible and encouraged. So for this block, the co-funding rate is 30% or 50% for the general envelope, 50% when concerning the road project, it's about cross-border projects. And also, as for the rest of the priorities, for the cohesion envelope, 85%. So these projects, can be supported both from the general and the cohesion envelope, and we can address works or studies. Now, I will ask my colleague Gert to take the floor to present you what are our priorities concerning ITS.
Good morning, everybody, also from my side. Intelligent transport systems, we are now, of course, very much in the smart angle of the sustainable and smart mobility strategy. And intelligent transport systems remain important, both for making current traffic smarter, but also preparing for future needs. I'm thinking particularly about cooperative, connected, and automated mobility, which you have seen is a big angle of the SSMS, the Smart and Sustainable Mobility Strategy. The projects themselves are what we're looking for are very much a continuation of what we've seen in the past, but we need to have more, we need to have continuity of services. We, of course, have the continued need to ensure interoperability to make sure that this happens EU-wide and supports future developments. So we are looking at the deployment or upgrade of ITS infrastructure and services. We've supported this for a long time. We continue to do so. We are also very much looking into cooperative intelligent transport systems. That is particularly important to what I said earlier about the future needs for automation. This will continue to be based on our strategy from 2016. In other words, a hybrid communication approach. We are not picking particular technologies here. It is, of course, it needs to be, and this goes again to the interoperability and the need for continuity of services. It needs to be compatible with the specifications developed by the C-Roads platform itself, of course, also part of these CEF calls. And it needs to ensure interoperability with all the CITS stations already deployed today under the C-Roads umbrella. And finally, and this goes to the trust in the system, all CITS stations need to be enrolled in the European Union CITS Security Credential Management System. Huge name. What it boils down to is we have a single trust domain in which all CITS stations are part of so that everybody can trust everybody. And that, of course, means complying with the specifications published by the CITS point of contact. That's a dedicated entity that we created to share and manage all this information. Under this call, we can address both works and studies, and this is a maximum co-funding rate of 50% under the general envelope. Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite the next speaker to the floor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ines Maya. I work in the road transport unit in DG Move. I'm happy to be here to present the safe and secure parking infrastructure and the road safety priorities. So starting with the safe and secure parking infrastructure, as you know, it's a priority for us to support this infrastructure from a point of view of road safety, of course, but also to improve working conditions of road transport drivers and make sure that the cargo that is transported on our roads are safe and secure. So what are we supporting? We're supporting the development of new safe and secure parking areas in accordance with EU parking standards. What are those standards? It's the standards that the Commission developed as part of a study that was done in 2019 and that soon will be integrated in a Commission delegated act. I think the links are in the CEF call if you want to have a look at it, but it's really important that this infrastructure respect those standards. We are also supporting the upgrade of safe and secure existing parking areas. So if you have a parking area at the moment that does not meet those standards, you can upgrade it and make it compliant with those standards. And then we are also supporting the optimization of the use of existing safe and secure parking areas. Here it's more in line with the provision of information in accordance with ITS Commission delegated regulation. So a very important novelty is that if the action is not located directly on the core road network, or if it's located on the comprehensive road network, the application has to justify its utility for the functioning of the core network. So it is possible to have your safe and secure parking area not located on the core network this time, because we know that it's really it can be really difficult to find like some free land on the core network. So we are supporting works, and this is to a maximum co-funding rate of 50% under the general envelope and 85% under the cohesion envelope. Then on to road safety. So what are we supporting? We are supporting works and studies for the upgrade of existing road section of the core and comprehensive network that has poor safety rating or high accident occurrence with a view to increasing the safety. So this consists in supporting systemic improvements to the inbuilt safety of roads, implementation of measures identified during the network-wide road safety assessment, the upgrading of hotspots as identified in the network-wide road safety assessment, and the deployment of digital information system for the safe road and road tunnel use and or enforcement purposes. So 3 important remarks I would like to make is that we will be supporting only actions providing for safety upgrades of existing road safety infrastructure and not the construction of new road infrastructure. Similarly, we're supporting the development of digital infrastructure only if it has the purpose of improving road safety and tunnel safety, or if it helps authorities in enforcing road safety. And finally, the support to systematic improvement to the inbuilt safety of roads is only if will only be supporting if the intervention is based on fundings of the targeted road safety inspections or the network-wide road safety assessment in accordance with Annex 2A or 3 of Directive 2019-96 as revised. So here, as you saw, we are supporting works and studies, and only under the cohesion envelope and up to a maximum confunding rate of 85%. So that was all for me. And I move on to Q&A.
So now, to start with a few questions on this block, certain aspects have already been tackled. So where should the railroad terminals located? So yes, they can be located in the vicinity of the TEN-T network. We understand that, as I was mentioning, they are usually located in industrial areas, for instance, so that might not be directly on the TEN-T line. So what matters for us is that, of course, then there is a connection, the rail connection to the railroad terminal until the line. So 20 or 30 kilometers is something that is reasonable. So same for the second question, yes. So it's not only those railroad terminal that are listed in Annex 2 of the regulation that are eligible, but beyond those that are listed, all terminals located on the TEN-T network or in the vicinity of the TEN-T network are eligible. So I think that this answers also the following question. So as regards the clean transshipment equipment, so what does it entail exactly? I think this is something that we would need to clarify through an FAQ, but the general idea is indeed that those equipment that are for the moment using fossil fuel engines, if we can replace them with electricity or with hydrogen in certain cases, that would also be eligible, but we will come back on this in an FAQ. So concerning the question on the parking lots, so of course, we would not support an application that is only about building a parking lot. But what we have indicated in the call is that as part of the terminal, if the development of the terminal requires, of course, to build certain waiting areas for the trucks, this is, of course, possible, this is eligible. And if these waiting areas have to be also secured, these investments would also be eligible. So as regards the question on the railroad terminal to carry semi-trailers, I think as this relates more to the technical equipment, I think we will also address it in an FAQ. The next one has already been answered. It relates to the location of the terminals. The purchase of wagons is not eligible. So in terminals, for instance, for the rolling motorways, the equipment to load and unload the trucks, that is fixed. That would, of course, be eligible, but the wagons and the specialized wagons are not eligible under this call. I think the next question is also about the location and has been answered. I see that the last question is a bit different. It's about the notion of publicly accessible multimodal logistic platforms. What does it mean, publicly accessible? Here, again, on this, I think we need to address it through a FAQ to define exactly what are the requirements in terms of accessibility for the terminals. So this is also well noted. We can perhaps now move on to the questions, if there are some on ITS.
Okay, for the first question, well, between studies and works, it's true that I only mentioned 50% funding rate in the presentation. This is up to 50%. So we can clarify that more in the FAQ. Digitization of road tunnels. Well, all actions that relate to ITS is in principle okay, but dedicated tunnel equipment that is not necessarily digital, it will depend on the proposal. And it is, of course, we're looking at, there are synergies, definitely, but this is not strictly about the implementation of the RISM directive. Interoperability is one of the core objectives, of course, of everything we do in ITS. It simply doesn't make sense without interoperability. But we are looking at deploying ITS systems, and there are already many requirements available today to ensure this interoperability. Actions that specifically contribute to lacking interoperability, for example, in new or emerging areas, could be eligible, but it would also depend on, of course, the maturity of what is being deployed. There is a difference between new developments that could, for example, already be supported by Horizon Europe and what we are deploying here, which are mature technologies, or mature services, I should rather say. No, I do not think we have a cohesion envelope under the current ITS calls.
So it seems that many of the questions that we are now seeing on screen are not relating to ITS, but are rather relating to rail interoperability. So we have addressed part of them in the previous session. In case I see that there are many questions coming back on the topic, so this clearly means that we need to be more specific. So we'll come back on these through an FAQ, so whether the relationship with the TSIs and what TSI is concerned. So we will come back on these rail questions. So now I would ask my colleague to show on screen the questions in relation with the safe parkings and the road safety.
Okay, so I will scroll down to see if there's some question about safe and secure parkings, because I can't see them now. Okay, there's one. Safe and secure parking. Is it sufficient to reach the minimal requirements defined in EU parking standards, so the bronze level, for the actions to be eligible? So indeed, there are several levels in the EU standards, the minimum being bronze. So you definitely need to at least satisfy to the requirements of the bronze level to be eligible. Of course, if you want to go for higher level of security, so meaning the silver, gold, and platinum, you are free to do so. But definitely the minimum is the bronze level. Okay, so it's not about safe and secure parking. I'm moving to the next one. So I think it's a specific question about this parking area to be part of a restaurant with public access. I'm afraid I think this question needs a bit of clarification because I can't answer like that. Can highway concessions apply directly for the road safety stream? Okay, if it doesn't, I think, relate to safe and secure parking. So for safe and secure parking, are the buildings for the comforts of life of the carriers eligible, with the whole guarding system and security equipment eligible? So in the standards today, we do not include we include a service level where you have to have some food and internet connection and provision of the whole services for the road transport drivers. It's part of the requirements today. So if there are some security requirements around the parking and around the building, like the area where this is located, I think this should be eligible. For safe and secure parking, are the requirements for renewable energy supply eligible? They are not in the standards at the moment, so I don't think they would be eligible, but maybe to be confirmed by my colleagues, but not in the standards, this I can tell you. So I think we are only funding what are in the standards themselves. Can a transport company build a safe and secure parking area in an Eastern European member state, although it doesn't have an operational headquarter in that member state? That's a very good question, but I think we will definitely come back to you with more details on this, maybe in the FAQ, so we can have a close look at it. Okay, very good. Maybe a last point from me, because we talked about the security and service level. So as I said, you need, of course, to meet the minimum requirement of security level, so the bronze level, but it's mandatory that in any case you meet the requirements of a service level. So providing all those services that are mentioned in the standards, such as really having a place for drivers to have access to food and drinks and internet connection, and the washing facilities, showers, toilets, etc. So those are really common to all levels, and they are also really definitely mandatory to be eligible. Okay, that's all for me. I will pass on for the road safety.
Thank you. We are a bit late, but still I would take a few questions. So perhaps the last one is of interest, of course. So you do not need to be located in a specific member state to apply for a project, but what matters is that you need to have the approval of the member state concerned. So that it is perfectly fine, for instance, to have an application that relates to safe parking in 3 member states. That's all right, provided, of course, you have the approval of the member states concerned. So if I go a little bit back, so again, yes, highway concession or highway companies can apply in general for CEF funding as other, let's say, infrastructure managers. Here, the same principle applies, that you need to have the approval of a member state. If I go back a little bit to, yes, so the road to ports, indeed, usually the connection between the port and the TEN-T is not part of the TEN-T, but of course it is eligible as such because this is a link between the TEN-T port and the network, especially when it relates to a link that is not existent before. So on the capacity bottleneck, I think we answered this question before. So what I suggest at this point in time, as it is, we have passed 12 o'clock and we now need to address the SESAR block, of course, is that all those questions that we could not answer right away will, of course, be looked at and grouped so that we answer them through an FAQ. Now, I would invite my colleague, Marco De Ciccio, to introduce the block in relation with SESAR.
Thank you, Olivier. Good morning, everyone. I am Marco De Ciccio. I am the SESAR team leader in the Commission's Single European Sky Unit. And together with my colleague, Benoit Fonck, who is the Chief Program Officer of the SESAR joint undertaking, we'd like to briefly present to you the Digital Sky demonstrator topic in this first CEF call. So this topic falls in the domain of air traffic management, whose main purpose is to ensure that aircraft, or more generally speaking these days, flying vehicles, can fly safely from point A to point B. The performance of ATM can also be measured through a number of other indicators, for example, cost efficiency, for example, punctuality, and let's say more than ever these days in terms of reducing the environmental impact of flights. Now, when we speak of greening aviation, I think we could say that ATM is not the first thing that comes to our mind. It's more intuitive to think of more performing aircraft, less polluting engines, and the wider use of sustainable aviation fuels. But the fact is, there is still a large number of conventionally fueled aircrafts which will be flying for still many years to come. So we could say that only a modern, harmonized, and interoperable ATM system will ensure that flying vehicles can fly the optimal flight trajectory in all conditions, allowing also these more modern aircrafts which will come, modern new generation of aircraft will come, to fully exploit their potential to reduce the environmental impact. Now, how can the Digital Sky demonstrators help us in this? Well, these demonstrators actually contribute to a wider union initiative, which is the Single European Sky, which you could see in the slide here. So the Single European Sky is a framework of regulations that aims to improve the performance of air traffic management in Europe, fundamentally through two main pillars. The economic regulation pillar, which aims to regulate performance objectives of the air navigation service providers, to regulate the price of the provision of air navigation services, and the overall management of the network. The second pillar is the technological innovation pillar, which aims to modernize and harmonize the Union's ATM infrastructure and operational procedures. Now, this pillar is, in fact, the SESAR project, which as you could see from the slide, is basically an ATM innovation cycle. This cycle comprises three phases. The definition phase, which has produced and periodically updates the European ATM Master Plan. This plan constitutes the single European roadmap for modernizing ATM in Europe. But not only is it fully integrated into the Single Sky policy, it also enshrines those policy objectives of the European Green Deal and of the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. Moreover, the master plan defines the vision of Europe's future ATM system, which we refer to as the Digital European Sky, and therefore guides the other phases of the cycle, as you can see from the side. And the other phases are the development phase, which addresses all the ATM-related research, development, and validation activities in the Union, and it is managed by the SESAR joint undertaking with the ultimate aim to produce SESAR solutions. Currently, the joint undertaking is running under the Horizon 2020 program, but by the end of the year, we'll have a new joint undertaking, the SESAR 3 joint undertaking, which will be set up under the Horizon Europe program. Now, the last phase is the deployment phase, where basically we have industrialization and implementation processes. This phase is also regulated by Commission implementing regulations, which define three main instruments. One are the common projects, which are translated into a deployment program, and which are coordinated and managed by the SESAR deployment manager. So the objectives of these three instruments is basically to synchronize and facilitate the timely deployment of a selected number of SESAR solutions that, because of their high value for network performance, require a synchronized deployment among stakeholders and in geographical areas. As in the past, common projects will be eligible under the CEF program. And we plan to have a call for the implementation projects by the end of next year. So in this framework, the Digital Sky demonstrators, as you could see, are right at the limit between development and deployment phases. So they constitute an essential connection between these two phases, meaning that they allow to demonstrate in an operational environment not only the ability of SESAR solutions to significantly improve ATM performance, but also their maturity to be implemented by the relevant stakeholders. Now, this is very important because it's important to build buy-in of the stakeholders, and this is essential to mobilize the necessary investments of the stakeholders to deploy those solutions. But Benoit will give you much more details on this in a few moments. I would like to conclude by highlighting a peculiarity of this call, in the sense that while CNEA will be in charge of the call process and the management of the grants that will be awarded to the successful projects, the joint undertaking will work very closely with the agency to provide valuable support for the technical oversight and the technical monitoring of these demonstrators. Now, the cooperation between the joint undertaking and CNEA is extremely important because the demonstrators are still an integral part of the joint undertaking's work program. Therefore, the joint undertaking will have to ensure that the selected projects move in the right directions and they fully contribute to the objectives of the Digital European Sky. Finally, just to recall that the actions under this topic will be financed from the general envelope up to 50% of the eligible costs, and we will be expecting projects concerning works. So that was the overall policy context surrounding the demonstrators, and I'd like to pass the floor to Benoit for all the details on the demonstrators. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For some of you, good afternoon for the others. Thank you, Marco. I wonder if I need to make a presentation because you did a very great summary of what I have also to explain to all of you today. So indeed, what has been explained by Marco is that these demonstrators are quite crucial to move the current ATM system into the digital age. So what we want to do with these Digital Sky demonstrators is to provide a means to build the bridge between the research and the implementation. Also means to create really the buy-in from the different stakeholders' perspective, the buy-in from the supervisory authorities, the buy-in from the operational staff. So we need certainly to guarantee that the type of solutions we want to deploy are really developed and implemented to contribute to the operations. And also at providing tangible evidence of the performance benefits that will be brought by these solutions to the ATM network. So what are we looking for? We are looking for implementation pilots, or in other terms, implementation platforms for early movers. We want to see our SESAR solutions being taken on board by these early movers in order to ensure their full readiness for deployment. So by this, we mean as well a close collaboration with EuroCAE, a close collaboration with EASA, because we want to see the standards being finalized during this period, and we want as well to see all the regulatory activities being completed. So in simple terms, I would say that the SESAR solution shall be considered as mission qualified at the end of the demonstration activities. And of course, this will enable to accelerate the market uptake and will enable a wider deployment of our solutions across the ATM network. If you look to the call document, you will find two different actions. So the first action addresses the use space and urban air mobility. So this is not the first time that we are dealing with use space. Indeed, the SESAR joint undertaking has already been working on use space since 2017, 2018, with the first project that have been defining an initial concept of operations, and we are, for the time being, making some updates. But what was also quite important during this period with the first project is the definition of a first set of service provision. And we have been calling these services U1, U2, U3, and U4. So as an example, I would say that the focus of the call is on the basic services that are called U1 and U2. Some examples of services are provided in the call document, but you can read with me that they are dealing, for example, with the registration, with the remote identification, with flight planning, or even with the flight approval. So the objective for this part of the use space action is really to ensure that we see these services being applied in pilot implementation. A second aspect of the use space topic, use space action, is about the demonstration of the safe provision of ATC and use space services in the same airspace. So the aim is really to guarantee that we can have interoperability between air traffic control and use space services, but as it is well known by the air traffic controller, from a procedural perspective. A third element regarding the use space is dealing with the urban air mobility. So the objective is to demonstrate the integration of manned and unmanned vehicles into a urban environment. So we expect a huge number of flights. So I want to be clear about it. We would like to have real flights taking place in this urban environment that can combine, preferably, for example, manned helicopters or manned other vehicles, manned drones, together with potentially vehicles with full autonomous capabilities, but also vehicles similar to electric VTOL platforms. This was for the first action, so dealing with use space and urban air mobility. The second actions address the sustainability from the ATM perspective. So the aim here is really to contribute achieving the objective of the net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050 set by the European Green Deal. So the overall scope of the actions covers what I would call the 4 key environmental areas, which are the CO2 emission, the impact of the contrails, the noise, and the local air quality. So therefore, the scope of this action is quite wide, and it is mainly ranging from formation flights optimum 4D flight trajectory management, to optimized approaches or green taxiing. So it is clear that the SGU, if we look at it versus CINEA, is really, let's say, a small enterprise compared to the big CINEA enterprise. So it is crucial for us to ensure that we can effectively and nicely collaborate with CINEA on the management of this project. And indeed, as clearly stated by Marco, CINEA will of course remain responsible for the management of the grant, for looking to the financial aspects of the grants, while the SGU will bring the technical expertise in order to ensure that the different projects will steer towards the SGU expectations. So therefore, there are a few specificities, which are linked to these two actions. First of all, there will be a capping per proposal. You can see that on the slides. So we would like to cap the co-financing for the U-Space proposal up to 7 million euros. And for the Aviation Green Deal proposal, the capping will be set at 15 million euros. As well, our objective is to go fast. So in other terms, we would like to see the full results being delivered not later than Q3 2025. So it means that the duration of the project will last a maximum of 36 months. Finally, because of the need of the SGU to monitor the technical progress of the project, some specific requirements will apply to the awarded projects. For example, we will ask the project to define and maintain a clear schedule that will be shared with the SGU. As well, we will provide specific technical templates in order to get the required technical material, the technical deliverables we want to get as outcomes of the demonstrator projects. The capture of the performance result will be also quite important, but as well, the demonstrator activities will be assessed from a quality perspective, but also from a maturity perspective through what we call maturity gate. So it means that we want to validate the maturity achieved by the different project, by the different demonstrator before closing the project. So feel free to navigate into the SGU website where you will find some achievements of the SESAR joint undertaking so far, but also I think it is quite important for the consortium who would like to answer to the U-Space action to have a look to the website where you can find all the U-Space documentation that has been produced by the previous project so far. So this concludes my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
So yes, I see we have some questions. So our member state support letter is also necessary for this SESAR digital sky demonstrator proposals. Under the control of my colleagues from CINEA, yes, as any other CEF proposal. Who can apply for funding? Both private and public entities. There's no restriction there. And is the purchase of equipment directly linked to the demonstrations eligible or only equipment depreciation? If the equipment is purchased for the scope of the project, it's the cost of the equipment. I think this is for you, Ben.
Okay, I'm not sure to fully understand the question because you refer to targeted operating environment, but the objective when we refer to 20% of early movers is to try to have a set of stakeholders that are ready to go ahead with the implementations. So 20%, I would say, refers to a minimum amount of the full ATM community, because we think that there is a minimum that has to be ready to move into operations to certainly get the buy-in of the full community. Having said that, of course, we will not ask, as part of the demonstrator per se, to ensure that 20% of the ATM community will be part of the activities. So here we refer to what is the first target we want to get as soon as we can move into the concrete implementation, so beyond the execution of the demonstration.
So thank you also to my colleagues from presenting the SESAR priority. This brings us at the end of our morning session. We will resume at 1:30 for presenting the further priorities, and we will start at 1:30 with the digital and data aspects. So see you at 1:30.
It is now time to restart the presentation of the topics. I am Isabelle Van Doorn, Deputy Head of Unit Research and Innovation, covering also urban mobility. I will present and introduce the next topic. So the first topic I would like to introduce is the topic of data processing and sustainable and safe mobility cluster, together with other colleagues. The first specific topic is the topic related to actions to support the creation, collection, management of transport and traffic and travel data for all modes. So I am stressing the word creation and collection because this is something that we all know that we need more data and we need to work on it. We also need accurate data, up-to-date data, data related to transport, traffic, travel data. And of course, what is important is to keep the framework in which we are. So we are working on the 10T. We want to enable digitalization of processes. We want to, of course, enable interoperability. So these are keywords that are really, really important. When we talk about data, we talk about data that are related to traffic. We talk about data such as data related to urban vehicle access regulation. We talk about data which can enable services like mobility as a service type of services, but others, of course, we need data also to help all the modes to come together and provide multimodal digital services. So all in all, the topic is quite broad, but keep in mind that we need also to respect the specific and related EU specifications, such as, for example, the ITS directive or the guidelines for the sustainable urban mobility indicators. This is the first topic I would like to present. The second topic relates to multimodal passenger hubs. Again, here we are still on the 10T network. We talk about urban nodes located on the core network. We want to have a seamless flow, so we want to enable better connection between long-distance modes. Maybe the novelty here, or something that we really want to stress, is that we need that the project that would be proposed are identified in a SUMP. SUMP is a big acronym for a Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan. So we really need to see that this project is identified as a project that will contribute to sustainable urban mobility, or an equivalent plan. We have, let's say, quite a defined process which is available on the website. Another element, if we want to have seamless connection, is that we need that the multimodal hub is accessible. So it would be useful to have an attention for the accessibility, which may mean, which may be broad, accessibility for persons with reduced mobility, but not only that. And of course, while the focus is on the connection between the long-distance mode, the project may include connection with cycle infrastructure or with shared mobility solution, which is not on the slide, but I invite you to reread the call and, of course, the CEF work program. If I want to go to the third topic that I would like to present, the third topic is related to the new technology and innovation. There, let's be clear, the new technology and innovation should contribute to modernize the 10T network. So it's not a Pandora box. We need to focus on the 10T. We need to make sure that these new technology and innovation are there to modernize the 10T. These new technologies and innovation are, if I may say so, contributing to our ambitious climate neutrality and zero pollution ambition. So let's be focused, let's be realistic also. We have other programs to address, let's say, a big reflection here. We need to be focused on the TEN-T and on innovation that can serve the modernization of the TEN-T network. We have some example of projects we would like to see: integrated infrastructure capacity and traffic management, enhanced transport services, development of projects that could lead to mobility as a service application. But in old-fashioned way, I could say that if we can have the support of the right infrastructure for providing more ticket for train ticket, for example, in a multimodal way, we would be in this wave towards mobility as a service. So it can be, so my main message here is that yes, new technology innovation, but let's be focused on the TEN-T and on deployment, which is the main sense of this. I think that I would stop here, and I would like to give the floor to my colleague Lia Potek for the rest.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Lia Potek. I am a policy officer in Maritime Transport and Logistics Unit of DG Move in the Logistics Center. And I will introduce you today the action aimed at supporting the member states in adopting measures that would allow their authorities to effectively apply the recently adopted regulation on electronic freight transport information. The purpose of this regulation is to enable the authorities to control the information on the transport of the goods and check compliance with applicable rules to the freight transport in an electronic format. And for that purpose, they need to develop IT systems that would enable them to access and process this information electronically when it is presented by the operators in a certain standard format in accordance to the regulation. For this year's call, the focus is on preparatory measures for the member states to be ready to start developing and implementing these IT systems once the Commission has adopted by February 2023 the implementation specifications, both functional and technical, for these systems. So in that sense, we are targeting primarily studies that are meant to enable the member states authorities to understand who exactly are the authorities competent under the FT regulation, what are their available resources in terms of IT, but also human and human skills in order to be able to use these electronic systems. But also we're looking to help member states to establish an implementation plan. We're both covering studies and works. I'd like to mention that works, that is any measures that would actually leads to the development and implementation of these IT systems could not be funded if they would start before the the adoption by the Commission of the implementation measures by February 2023. However, the actions could also contribute to the Commission work in establishing this implementation specification. So if any results that are coming in, that would help to Commission to establish the specifications in the work with the experts of the member states, that would be welcome. Finally, also a knowledge and good practice sharing among the member states would also be part of the actions that would be funded. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now continue with this cluster with the issue of infrastructure resilience. Quite an important issue to protect our infrastructures against climate and natural disasters. Basically, here the possibility is twofold. Either the proposed action only relates to upgrading a piece of infrastructure to protect it against climate disasters, for instance, in which case you need to introduce a specific application for this under this call. But of course, we also know that many of these resilience aspects can be built into the design of the infrastructure. So it is very clear that if you are building a new infrastructure and that your design includes already some resilience aspects, we are not asking you to make a second application, especially that in many cases you cannot separate the two elements. So this is why in the work program and the call text it is clearly specified that resilience can be either addressed through the other calls for normal infrastructure. So it could be one part of the activity of, for instance, a rail project submitted under the rail priority, or here, if it is specifically about resilience, we have this possibility to introduce it here. And the co-financing rates are the standard one, 30% or 50% if it is cross-border in the case of the general envelope, and 85% for the cohesion envelope. Both works and studies. Studies are perhaps also an interesting element in this relation. For instance, if you need a study to screen, to make an assessment, to make an assessment of the resilience aspects of certain part of the infrastructure, this can be done through this priority. Now, as regards the adaptation of the TEN-T network in relation with external borders, this is of course a very specific element. We are not speaking here about really the border equipment itself, but we have a certain number of cases where the infrastructure, the transport infrastructure, has to be modified because the border checks need to evolve, and we know that it is a situation that is experienced at many EU borders, that the checks have to be done in a different manner or in a more intense manner, and this might lead to waiting times, to congestion. So here the idea is that if you need to build additional lanes, if you need to enlarge the waiting area, this can be funded through this priority. The purpose here is not to fund the control elements, it is to make sure that in spite of additional controls, the transport flows are as smooth as possible and to avoid congestion. So this is a general idea, and of course it can relate to to land borders, but it can also relate, for instance, to maritime ports. As we know, ports is a place where controls are carried out in an important manner, and of course sometimes it requires additional waiting areas or additional space to do that. And this is financed through the general envelope only at a co-financing rate of 50%. So this brings us at the end of this cluster, and as for the other clusters, we have now a moment with questions and answers. So I will let my colleague show the Slido to see your questions.
I will take the first question. The question is further development and implementation of national access point for real-time travel data in public transport is allowed in this call? Question mark. Actually, you have understood that we would like to support the creation and collection of data, and of course, I refer to the ITS directive. So, of course, the national access point has a role to play. Now that you refer to the national access points, we need to keep in mind that that of course we need to foster, let's say, the availability of data through the national access points. So clearly, we need to have more. So yes, it is covered. I would like also maybe to add that you know that we have a fresh CEF program support action related to the national access point, which is called NAPCore. And of course, the link with NAPCore is necessary so that we have this convergent of approach and this synergetic approach. I would like to take the second question. What does an equivalent plan of a SUMP entail? Good question that we might need to come back in written also, so that I do not make mistake, but clearly we have seen that we have plans which are quite compliant with the SUMP guidelines that are published on the LTIS website, and so that we can say more or less they have followed the SUMP processes. But we know that some others have not followed the process, but we may not say that the plans are bad. So actually, if you have thought about a plan that will move towards sustainable urban mobility, and when we see the let's say that it is sound, that it has been, let's say, discussed with businesses and citizens, so this kind of plan can be referred to. Of course, there is no it is not legally mandatory to have a SUMP, so I confirm. So I propose that we come back with a written answer to this question. Maybe I could give the floor now to Leah for the next question.
Thank you. For this question, I'm afraid that I cannot really give you not even a preliminary answer on the spot. We'll have to look into it also with the colleagues that are responsible for the implementation of the tough TSIs. Oh, sorry, the question disappeared. Maybe I should reread it. Yes. The mouse. Yeah, it was the question on can this call for FT be accompanied with a part of the tough TSI implementation? So we'll need to come back to you in written, since we need to also consult with the colleagues responsible for the tough TSI implementation.
I am back with this new question, which is the difference between topics on ITS and data processing. When you read the topic on ITS, you will see that the focus is on the ITS infrastructure and the ITS services, while the topic or the cluster on data processing is focused on the data. So that is quite clear in terms of difference. So, for example, in the ITS, you have, let's say, the upgrade or the placement of VMS, but it can be other services. So it's the service and the infrastructure. Data processing is related to data. I hope that it is clear. I don't know if there are other questions. No, there is no other question.
Now we have one question concerning the external border checks. Would a project for expanding and increasing the capacity of wide gauge tracks at Eastern EU border stations be eligible? Here, of course, the answer depends on the purpose. If you need additional sidings to perform the checks, then yes, it is eligible. So if it is just to improve the capacity of the line for the purpose of transport, we are not in the context of this priority. But if you need, as I said, additional sidings to do the checks in a more efficient manner, yes, then it would be eligible. So this is a purpose that matters here. I think this brings us to the end of the questions for this cluster. The next cluster is coming in a few minutes. We will now tackle military mobility. In a few minutes, we will do that at 2 o'clock in a few minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aurimas Brazis. I'm a policy coordinator for military mobility at DG Move. And today I will present you this call for military mobility. The military mobility call comes as a result of the action plan on military mobility, which was launched in 2018. This action plan provides a coherent framework for actions to improve military mobility within the EU as part of a coordinated EU approach. One of the pillars of this action plan is transport infrastructure. And through our work in this pillar, we have identified strong synergies between civilian and military transport. For example, 93% of the military maps identified as useful for military mobility are also on the Trans-European Transport Network. And at the same time, the infrastructure requirements for the military and for civilian movements are compatible. This military mobility 1.7 billion euro envelope allows us to capitalize on these synergies between civilian and military mobility. And today, we are presenting the 330 million euro call, which was launched on 16 September. So this call aims to co-fund actions which, when implemented, will clearly benefit both civilian mobility and military mobility at the same time. This is a big priority that both are addressed. We can co-fund both works and studies, and this envelope will co-fund up to 50% of the eligible actions. With one caveat that the cohesion member states will be able to increase this co-funding up to 85% if they choose to put the remaining difference up to 35% from other shared resources that they have. Now, for the eligibility, projects for all transport modes will be eligible for this call. A difference from other CEF transport calls is that the cost-benefit analysis will not be mandatory for this particular call. And in addition, the projects have to meet 3 requirements. The first one, of course, they have to be on the Trans-European Transport Network. Then, what is different from other CEF transport calls is that the projects also have to be on the EU Military Transport Network. This EU Military Transport Network is approved by the Council in the military requirements for military mobility within and beyond the EU, which was last updated in July 2019. And you can see this network also on the TEN-TEC on a dedicated site, access to which is available to the staff of EU and national administrations. If you don't have access yet, you can reach out to us and we will set up access for you within a couple of days. Then, beyond being on both the Trans-European Transport Network and the EU Military Transport Network, the projects have to be in line with the Commission implementing regulation specifying infrastructure requirements applicable to certain categories of dual-use infrastructure actions pursuant to the CEF regulation, better known as the dual-use requirements. And even if the projects go beyond these requirements, they are still eligible to apply, but we would not co-fund those parts which are not useful for civilian movements anymore and which only benefit the military. Having covered the eligibility requirements, let's move to the award criteria. So the principle is that we will use the same award criteria as for other CEF transport calls. But of course, having a defense element in these projects, we had to find a way how to evaluate this aspect. The military, the defense element will form a part of the priority and urgency criterion. And this assessment of this military-related purposes will not be done by the external experts, as it is the case for the regular CEF transport calls. This work will be done by the EU military staff, which is part of the European External Action Service. And to explain further details about that, I would like to invite Lieutenant Colonel Krasimir Ganchev. Krasimir, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Krasimir Ganchev from European Military Staff Logistic Directorate. During my short intervention, I will introduce you the criteria which EU military staff will use to assess the proposal, as the Commission will consult European military staff as regards the military priorities. As my colleague said, this criteria is under priority urgency criteria. The first one which we will use is to what extent the proposed project contribute to enhance strategic deployment on military forces. It is important to be mentioned that in order to allow a proper assessment, a couple of clarifying questions should be answered by the member states as follows. First one, does the proposed project contribute to the cross-border synergy? Second one, does the proposed project contribute to enhance EU battle group strategic deployment, including the potential strategic deployment leg? Next question, does the proposed project contribute to strategic deployment for one of the common security and defense policy scenarios? And the next question, is the project proposal in line with the Member States' National Military Mobility Plan, with the reference with the June 2018 Council conclusion on security and defense, para 18A, which says developing national plans for military mobility and give their implementation high priority. The second criteria which EU military staff will use is, does the proposed project eliminate identified gaps on the member states' infrastructure network, including bottlenecks currently undermining military movements? For this criteria, there are again a set of clarifying questions which are to provide information to what extent the proposed project will meet the second criterion. The first question is, will the proposed project facilitate movement of military oversized and overload assets on the transport network? Next one, does the proposed project have an impact on decreasing congestion on the transport and multimodal nodes? And the next one is, the proposed project connect to the entire military network of the member states? And the last one, will the projects provide unrestricted access to the military for routine activities? And finally, yet importantly, let me underline the following statement. The key success factor now will be the whole governmental approach in the member states in proposing projects which are dedicated to enhance military mobility. If member states provide project proposals which only match dual use definition but are not military beneficial, we will not enhance strategic military deployment in Europe. Although garbage in, garbage out is wordplay normally used in the information technology, I hope you agree that also here is highly applicable. Having said that, and referencing to the two criteria mentioned above, I want to add that this question would be answered properly if the member states use the military expertise not only at the final stage, but also from the very beginning. Thank you for your attention.
Hello again, and welcome to the questions and answers part of this presentation. The first question is, does military mobility cover also airports that manage civil military traffic and need civil infrastructure works with objective to reduce environmental impact? This envelope does cover such kind of airports, yes, but from the description of the project, I only see a civilian purpose to reduce environmental impact. I don't see any purpose in this project how it would improve military mobility. So in such a case, the project would not be eligible. Second question. What steps should be taken by a member state to apply for 85% co-financing rate as enabled by the call? We will come back with a detailed description in the frequently asked questions. And if Olivier already wants to answer that, I will leave it to him after me. Military mobility, is CBA mandatory? No, the cost-benefit analysis will not be mandatory for the military mobility calls. Will the dual-use potential be taken into consideration also when assessing the classic civilian applications? There is a space in the application form. If I interpret this correctly, you mean the other calls, other envelopes, general and cohesion, in which case I assume it wouldn't be, but I leave this to Olivier to answer. Is cost-benefit analysis mandatory in dual-use projects? No, it's not mandatory. According to the call paper, there is possibility to raise co-financing up to 85%. I will leave this to Olivier, or we will have it detailed in the frequently asked questions. If the project connects infrastructure with 10T network, but itself is not part of it, would it be eligible? We will use the same assessment as for other CEF transport calls. Sometimes it is hard to pinpoint the last mile connections, which are not always on the map, but are at times eligible. But there will be no special exceptions, and certainly we will not co-fund roads leading to barracks, but connecting with 10T roads, for example. What is included in EU military transport network, and where can it be found? Does it differ from the 10T network? The EU military transport network is defined and approved by the Council, by the EU member states. It is a completely different process than how the Trans-European Transport Network is defined in the grid, which is done through the legislative procedure. This is done by the member states through the Council. They approve it as part of the military requirements. It was first approved in 2018, and it was since one time updated in 2019. And it is up to the Council to decide when to update it next. It could be done within months, or it could be done within years. We don't have influence on that. Yes, it does differ from the Trans-European Transport Network. It does have the same elements, roads, railways, ports, airports. It has all of that. But the maps are not exactly the same. All I can say is that 93% of the military transport network is part of the Trans-European Transport Network, but it's not the same percentage if we flip the comparison. How and when could new military projects be included in the military transport network map? The military transport network can be expanded or changed the next revision of the military requirements, which is up to the discretion of the Council. When the civilian use bridge gross weight is needed to be above the dual use requirement, could it be fully eligible? What is eligible is what is defined in the dual use requirements implementing regulation. We don't fund anything above that. So we have to compare the values here. Difficult to answer without knowing. Can military mobility call be accompanied by development of dedicated layer of TAF, TSI, higher level of cybersecurity in cooperation with Europe's rail joint undertaking? Cybersecurity can be co-funded by the military mobility envelope, but it has to be part of the broader project and not a standalone system. So in this case, it sounds like you would be asking to only co-fund the cybersecurity system through the military mobility envelope. In that case, no. But we will provide more details in the frequently asked questions about that. How will it be determined, the eligible and ineligible part, when action exceeds the dual use requirement? For that, you would have to provide calculations. Basically, one cost estimate for the cost up to the dual use requirement, and then subtract it from the total cost, and then we would know what we can co-fund and what we cannot co-fund. With that, the questions are finished. I give the floor to Olivier to give his input as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Just perhaps to come back on the question relating to the non-military mobility proposals. So for the non-military mobility applications, you do not need to provide information on the dual use. So even if the form includes a box where it mentions the dual use, this is not applicable, of course, for all the calls that are not the military mobility calls. As regards the possibility to increase the co-financing rate up to 85%, so this is a possibility that is subject to a voluntary contribution from a member state. So far, no member state has signaled to us the intention to do so. If a member state, when supporting a project, then signals to us in addition that they would like to make a transfer to the program, to the CEF program, in order then for us to increase the co-financing rate to 85%, this is something that would be then communicated to the applicant by the member states when the member state is validating the approval. So if your member state is not giving you this signal, then you need to apply for the standard rate that is 50%. So I think, yes, and sorry, just one perhaps last comment also on in the relation with the TAF TSI. So to my knowledge, this is not something that is envisaged at this stage, but of course, we are happy to come back after consulting our rail colleagues. So I think with that, we are coming at the end of the military mobility cluster. I thank my colleagues who have presented. And of course, we can also come back through FAQs if we have not addressed certain aspects. And we are now closing the presentation of the various priorities of the call, and the rest of the day will be dedicated to more to the process, how to present an application, what are the key elements that you really need to pay attention to, and this will start in a few minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Morten Jensen, and I'm head of unit here of CENEA. And I will now be the first one to present some of the issues related to the process and of the applications that are received under the calls for proposals. As Mr. Silla said, we have now finished the presentations of the technical topics and the scope of those topics, and now we are going into the more practical things of how we are processing the applications and also elements that are important to know and keep in mind when preparing the applications. So first thing I will do is to give you an overview of the process of the evaluation and the selection, and this starts by the timely submission of your proposal by the deadline on the 19th of January before 5 o'clock. We will then check the admissibility and the eligibility of your application. If it passes those checks, the application will move to first an external evaluation of the proposal. This is a technical evaluation which will be carried out by 3 external experts. And in case a CBA is required, then the CBA will be assessed by a CBA expert who will provide his contribution to the technical experts that are assessing the proposal. After that, the proposal will or may pass to the internal evaluation and the final selection process. So here there is an evaluation taking place led by DG Move with the involvement of other services of the Commission, and on that basis there will be made a decision on which proposals to recommend for funding. As I said, this is happening with the contribution of external experts in the different fields, and with input from CENEA and also from DG Move and other Commission services. So for a proposal to be admissible, it must be submitted before the deadline, and it can only be submitted through the Funding and Tenders portal. It cannot be submitted in any other way, and paper submissions are not possible. In order to be admissible, it must also be readable, accessible, and printable. So it means that we must be able to open the files that are submitted, and they must be understandable, so to say. At the same time, in order to be admissible, the application has to be complete. It is specified in the call for proposal what is required from the application in order to be complete, and of course all these elements have to be there. If something is missing, then the proposal will not be admissible. There cannot be any follow-up. There cannot be any request for potentially missing elements. In order for a proposal to be eligible, the participants or the applicants have to be legal entities established in one of the eligible countries. Furthermore, the proposed project must be located on the respective TEN-T network and of course respond to the priorities of the call or the topics that are mentioned in the call. In this process, or further in this process, for proposals that are continuing, that are found admissible and eligible, we will also be assessing the operational capacity and the financial capacity. So the operational capacity implies that the applicant has the capacity to implement a project of that type, has the experience and the qualifications and the resources to do that from an operational and technical point of view. Public bodies, member state organizations, and international organizations are not checked for the operational capacity. In the same way, applicants must have the financial capacity also to implement the proposed action, and therefore we are also assessing that they have sufficient resources to actually do this. And of course, if an applicant has submitted several proposals, then of course the applicant must be able to let's say, have the capacity to finance all the projects that it is proposing. Again, we are not assessing the financial capacity for public bodies, similarly to the operational capacity. Having passed these criteria, then the external experts will look into the 5 award criteria that are specified in the work program and in the call for proposal. And they will look at these 5 criteria. They will, through a consensus meeting, mark the proposal, and this will conclude then with a mark which is between 1 and 5. There is a minimum pass mark of 3 for all the criteria, so only proposals that are receiving at least 15 points and on the basis of at least having 3 in all the 5 criteria will be considered for financing. Looking at the award criteria, I would like to highlight a couple of points without going into to the details of all of them. With regard to the priority and the urgency, of course, what will be evaluated is the correspondence of the proposal with the priorities as specified in the work program and in the call text, and in particular with a focus on the European or the EU added value. So these are key elements that the experts are looking into here. With regard to the maturity of the proposals, then what the experts will be looking into is, on the one hand, the readiness and the ability of the project to start by the proposed start date, but also the ability to actually complete the proposed action by the proposed end date. This is very important, and this is something that I would say is being, let's say, there's put more importance to this because we have seen that many projects are suffering from delays and so on, and therefore it's very important that it is realistic for the and possible for the projects to start as they are proposing. So this is one thing to be looked into. In this context, I would also mention that, as it has been mentioned earlier today, the fact that we are now having a work program which is valid for 3 years and the visibility of future calls. I would also encourage applicants really to consider whether their proposal is ready to be submitted under this call, or if they are only starting the real implementation, let's say in 2023, well then probably I dare to say this call might not be the right call in which to submit the application. So this is a very important aspect to keep in mind, that the projects that are being submitted must be mature in line with the call. Of course, in that context, we're also looking into the progress with regard to permits and with regard to financing of the proposed action as well. With regard to the quality of the application, then we are looking into to the soundness of the implementation plan, both financially and technically, but also the structures that have been put in place in order to manage the implementation of the project, so that there is a sound project management behind the project, that there are sound risk management procedures, quality management procedures, and so on. So these are things that needs to be demonstrated, but also helps us to give us the reassurance that the project is, let's say, is well planned and that there are the right measures in place to act if there are changes to the circumstances. Also to note that communication about the EU funding is of course an important element, and this also needs to be demonstrated in the application. On the last 2 award criteria with regard to impact, here we are looking at the economic, social and environmental impact, including the climate impact and other relevant externalities. And here the CBA comes into play where it is applicable. What is also important is to look into the projects that have a cross-border dimension, how they are contributing to this, and also the effect and contribution to the network as such. With regard to the catalytic effect, what is important here is that the financial support from the Connecting Europe facility should help the projects to take the next step to implementation and give it the last push. So therefore, we are of course very interested in seeing what is the effect that the EU financing is having, and how can it give the projects the necessary final push to actually happen. So this is a description of let's say the evaluation and the award process. What I would like to do as well is to give a few important reminders, so to say, about things to keep in mind when you're preparing the proposal. First of all, of course, you should read carefully the work program and the call text and other relevant documents that have been published together with the call. First of all, you need to assure that the subject of your potential project actually falls within the scope of the work program, but also that it fulfills the requirements. So these are important elements. Under the Connecting Europe facility, applications need the support of or the agreement of the member state concerned, and therefore we also encourage you to make contact with the member state concerned as early as possible in the process, so that they know that you are planning to submit an application, and that they are, let's say, prepared also to give you their agreement in the time it is needed. And I would also say in that context that the member states, of course, have a large experience with the Connecting Europe facility program and can also provide you with additional guidance and support. So this is also an important aspect of what they can contribute with. Also to note that in the application form consists of Part A, which is more administrative information, and Part B, and there is a page limitation of 120 pages. And if an application would exceed 120 pages, the exceeding pages will be cut, and that of course will have a detrimental effect on the application. 120 pages is quite a significant amount of pages, and of course you are not expected necessarily to use that amount of pages. The proposals that can be submitted have a very broad variety and can be a project of a few million euro, very specific, but it can also be some very large infrastructure projects. So the amount of information is, let's say, has to match also a little bit the size and the complexity of the project. Also, as you know, we've changed to a new financing period. So, and in the information that you have seen, you will see that there are also some changes to the terminology, and where we previously has talked primarily about the action as being the specific subject of the financing agreement that we have made in the past. Then we are also now talking about the project, and these two are basically synonymous, but not to be confused with what is called the global project. So even if you were familiar with CEF before, then pay attention to the changes also in terminology. Also, to facilitate the evaluation of your proposal, it's very important that you provide the requested information in the requested places also. Make it easy for the external experts and also for the Commission services to assess your application. So provide the information where it is expected to be found. There are many applications and relatively limited time to assess the applications. Also be clear with the information you are providing, be factual, and also be concise. So as I said before, the fact that you have 120 pages does not mean that you have to fill the 120 pages with information which is not really needed. So therefore, we encourage you to be very clear, factual, and concise when providing the information. Also, another advice we like to give is that somebody preparing a proposal will know the proposal in each and every detail and will understand everything when reading it. But we advise you to give the proposal to somebody who has not seen it before, read the proposal and see if it's understandable, because one thing is that the author may understand everything, but it doesn't mean that it is necessarily easy to understand for somebody else. And if you do that and adjust it according to some advice you may receive, you will also facilitate the evaluation of your proposal. With regard to deliverables and milestones, then in the future we will be putting a bit more emphasis on deliverables and milestones. So therefore I will also encourage you to pay a bit more attention to defining deliverables and milestones and think them into the programming of your application. We will be following and monitoring the milestones on a regular basis, and therefore it's important that they are meaningful and make sense and allow for a good monitoring of the application. Also, with regard to the calls that have been published, a gentle reminder that costs under the calls that have been published this year can be eligible from the 1st of January 2021. This is the only time during this programming period that it is possible to go back in the future calls. The eligibility period will start from the moment of submission of the application at the earliest. With regard to the duration, then the call text specify 2 to 3 years for studies and 4 to 5 years for works or mixed actions. And the maximum eligibility date that has been opened in the call is 31st of December 2026. So a proposal cannot go beyond that date. And then a last point in this context is a reminder that applications for works and for which an EIA is mandatory, that the EIA has to be completed, meaning that the report has to be prepared by the project promoter, and consultations have to be carried out in accordance with the requirements of the EIA directives and the relevant legislation. With regard to the development consent and so on, this may follow later. But these are, of course, very important elements also to demonstrate the maturity of the project. So the fact that the development consent can follow later still needs to be demonstrated clearly, and ideally could benefit the maturity of the proposal if it is there from the beginning. Very quickly, what will happen if a proposal is selected? Then we will start preparing a grant agreement with you, which is a kind of the contract between the EU and the project promoter, and there we will discuss with the applicants, and we will take into account also feedback that has been given by the experts during the evaluation. Something which is important to notice is that the model grant agreement has been published together with the call, and this model grant agreement is not negotiable. So, I mean, you have to take it or leave it, to be a bit blunt, that these terms and conditions cannot be changed during the preparation of the grant agreement. And it is, as I said, available. Again, what will happen if we sign a grant agreement with you? There are some payment links to it. There's a pre-financing. There will be, in most cases, interim payments and final payments. There are reporting requirements. There is also in the model grant agreement a suspension, termination, and reduction clause, which we unfortunately may have to use in case the project does not start as planned, or it has significant delays, or if there are significant changes to the project. So the fact that a project has been selected does not, let's say, mean that that everything is okay afterwards. We of course fully understand that there can be delays and changes and so on, and therefore there is also the possibility for amendments in case they are duly justified. And then, as I mentioned before, communication and visibility is important and need to be respected, and there we have guidelines for that. And that ends my presentation. So with this, I will hand over to my colleague, Julian Bolatti. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted apparently, so I will start again. I will talk now about the cost-benefit analysis requirement. The general rule is that proposals with work components have to submit a cost-benefit analysis. The requirement for the cost-benefit analysis is different from the past programming period. And the changes came from the desire to actually increase the proportionality in comparison to the size of the project, but also to add to the added value of the tool in comparison to different type of projects. In a number of cases, we have therefore allowed to submit a simplified cost-benefit analysis, while for some other categories, the CBA requirement has been completely dropped. So what we had in the past, the cost effectiveness analysis, is disappeared now. For projects that do not fall in one of these two category exceptions, have to submit what we call a full cost-benefit analysis. This is the same requirement as we had in the past. Meaning a standalone text document of at least 20 pages. And this text will explain all the assumptions and describe the findings of the cost-benefit analysis. And in addition, there is a CBA cash flow template to be filled in. This is a presentational tool, and we use it to harmonize the calculations from the applicant. And this is to ease the evaluation from the external experts. This template is essentially the same as last year. There have been very few changes, so it should be no surprise. What, however, is new is the simplified cost-benefit analysis. In comparison to a full CBA, the main difference is that there is no need to submit a standalone report explaining the assumptions and presenting the result. For this project, we consider the information on the socioeconomic impact provided in the application form Part D as sufficient. In addition, instead of the CBA cash flow template, applicants shall replace it with a simplified CBA calculator. This is a tool that has been developed in cooperation with colleagues from the cohesion policy, and it has been designed to meet all the CEF transport requirements. So the advantage of this Excel is, in comparison to a CBA cash flow template, is that it requires less input from your side to calculate the performance indicators. This is because the monetization of the externalities and the monetization of the time savings. They are automated using some unit values that we have collected from economic literature. So making this calculation faster from your side. Of course, for these categories of proposals where a simplified CBA is acceptable, you can always decide to submit a full CBA. If, for example, you think it will reinforce your case, or maybe you already have your CBA ready. This is still a possibility that you want to take. Concerning the simplified CBA calculator, there are a few points of attention that you should mind when filling it in. In particular, there are some boxes that have to be ticked appropriately. This is to be sure that the model will deliver the output that we need in the evaluation of the proposals. So among all the sectors, you have to choose, of course, the transport sector, and the appraisal method has to be the cost-benefit analysis. And in addition, you also need to ask the model to calculate the financial performance indicators. Another point of attention is the file format. The Excel comes with a macro, but for security reasons, our application portal doesn't support Excel files with macro. So before uploading it, you should therefore change the file format to Excel workbook or XLSX. Now that we have seen this different type of requirement, let's see to which priorities they do apply. So for all projects related to smart and interoperable mobility, as well as the reduction of rail freight noise. So we have dropped the CEA, and there is no need to submit any additional documents, so no CBA. And no CBA also for military mobility. And with respect to alternative fuel infrastructure, as the implementing partner already performed similar assessment, we also don't require cost-benefit analysis. For the other type of projects under these facilities, a simplified CBA will be sufficient. As a general rule, simplified CBAs is required for projects that are smaller than 10 million euros of eligible cost. So for all the other projects, a full CBA will be needed. So applicants that come with the implementation of a new phase of a project that is already under construction with the support of CEF, they can resubmit the CBA that they sent the first time. So this is acceptable if two conditions are met. The first is that the original CBA is also covering this new project for which they are applying. And the second one is that no significant change have occurred in the meantime. So this change could be, for example, in terms of project, but also in the context. In particular, there could be a change in the demand, and this could be, for example, if a competing project has been implemented in meantime, or if the context, there has been an economic change, or a new regulation has been adopted, changing the situation of the market. The applicant will have to justify and explain his arguments to why he believes these conditions are met, and he will have to mention the code of the project that is already being implemented, so that it's possible to make the link during the evaluation. From our past experience, we have noticed that the definition of the scope of the CBA was a common source of mistake. And in addition, we also wanted to provide some more guidance on how to include the network effects. So for this reason, we have drafted a note, a methodological note on the scope of the CBA, which is a bit, it's further explaining the principles that are defined in the DG Regio guidance. And we have also provided a number of examples. So this note is applicable to both full CBA and simplified CBA. And the main message is that the project itself is not always the right scope, and this needs to be corrected to add, for example, components that are necessary to deliver the intended service, to add also interrelated dependent activities or effects on the wider transport network. So all the information that I've presented is summarized in the dedicated guidance on the economic appraisal for CEF Transport. I understand that for some technical reason it's not yet uploaded in the system, but this should come soon, as it is fully ready. Yes, it's just a matter of a few time. And if you still have doubts, of course, we are available to reply your questions. And the first of these I will reply soon in the Q&A session, but now is the floor to the next presentation. Thank you.
I would like to start by quoting Seneca, the philosopher, the Roman philosopher, who actually said, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. And actually, we say goodbye to the submission module of TENTEC, who was actually run by CINEA over the last years in conjunction with DG Move. And we welcome the eGrants system, the CEP. And actually, CEF2 program is currently onboarding to the new eGrants environment. And this is the new beginning, the new house, where actually all the transactions needed for the project cycle will be operating fully electronically. This is a corporate system. It's an initiative by the European Commission in order to make efficient transactions at the level of all the Commission-funded programs. And now the proposals are required to be submitted only via the Funding and Tenders portal. This is CEP, which stands for Submission and Evaluation of Proposals. In order to help you navigate through this new beginning, this change, we have actually elaborated financial data tables, Excel files, in order for you to actually input it in the system in a structured way. And those are actually what you see here in the slide. The first is the budget breakdown that you will see directly in the tool, and then the other two are Excel files that CINEA has worked over the last months in order to help you. In part B of the CEP, you will find what we call the administrative forms. Under edit forms, you will be conducted towards the table of contents. And in number 3, you will find budget. Actually, this is where you will find and you will discover that there is a new approach to budget structuring. It's based on the cost categories that you might have already been familiarized over the last days when reading the call documents. And this is based on 5 cost categories. One is personnel, second is subcontracting, third is purchase, and then we have the category other cost categories, and the last one, indirect cost. And some might think, oh, indirect costs are now eligible. Not really. It remains an eligible cost category under CEF2, as it was before. Unfortunately, we could not remove that column that you will see later on in the screenshot that I'll show you. And it has remained there because otherwise it would have been triggering disruptions at the level of the IT of the corporate tool. So that's why it's there. Even if you might be able to encode data there, it will not be eligible. So we advise you not even to try. And then, in principle, one funding rate, it will be allowed per proposal, though we also have what we call top-ups, like a kind of a bonus, when you fulfill certain conditions of the call. So to remind you, the standard funding rate is the classical 30% for works, 50% for studies under the general envelope, and then under the cohesion envelope it goes up to 85%. This is something that you knew, and it will remain. However, under works, we will have what we call top-ups. This is in the case that when you will actually justify that your project proposal deals a cross-border link, it can go from 30 to 50. When you say, no, we have cross-border links, but with an integrated management structure, and you justify it well in the application form, because there you will be required to provide information, and then you convince us, you have a 55%. And then when dealing with major railway links between cohesion countries, it can go up to 85%, and if there is an integrated management structure, up to 90%. This has been explained already in the morning by Mr. Silla. And then the military mobility can also increase to 85% if there is a member state contribution that goes along and is well explained in the application form. I would now explain as well about, we have been actually over the last presentation also explaining about spatial cost categories. And what are they? They are actually in the budget, in the breakdown that you will find in the tool, but I will explain you what are each column. The studies in mixed proposals entitle you to a higher funding rate. So you might have an interest when you have works to put it under the column of studies, because then it will calculate a 50% funding rate. That's why this category exists. Then in case of works in outermost regions, the works can increase the funding from 50% can go to 70% funding rate. So it's quite an interest to look at the possibility of filling that. As you know, under CEF2, we have the novelty of the synergetic elements. Those are only for works. And just as a reminder, they relate to other sectors of the CEF program, energy and digital, that they prove to improve the socioeconomic benefits, environmental and climate of the project, and that the cost of these elements do not exceed 20% of the total eligible cost of the project. Then we have the category, the special category that we had in the past, that is the land purchase, that corresponds to only the cohesion calls. There's been also a kind of a debate in the Slido, so I will clarify a bit the definition of cost categories. So we have personnel cost. Those are basically costs as in the past, in CEF1. It corresponds to employees, natural persons under direct contract, seconded persons, SME owners, and natural person of the beneficiary. There are, in the reference documents that you will find in the portal, you will find two decisions that are also key for you to read well in order to structure the personnel costs. Those are the decision on unit costs for SMEs owners, and the decision on unit cost for personnel that follows the usual cost accounting practices. So you might have also a look at those reference documents. Then we have the new category, although you might say it's new now because we frame it this way, as subcontracting costs. And actually those entail contracts for goods, works, or services that are part of the task of the project itself. And then we have the definition of purchase of cost, which is actually contracts for goods, works, or services that are needed by the organization to carry out the project, but which are not part of the action task of the project itself. Those are related to, for instance, equipment, consumables, and supplies. We will, of course, like to give you this kind reminder. We will respect and monitor as well the full respect of the procurement principles. This is the table. I hope that you can see it well. You will see by column personnel cost. You will follow by a subcontracting purchase cost, which is subdivided by travel, subsistence, equipment, and other goods, works, and services. And then you have the other cost categories that I explained before, the synergetic elements, the work in outermost regions, land purchase. All of these will sum up to the total estimated project cost, and from there it will be calculated the maximum EU contribution to the eligible cost. Having said that, you will be required to actually manually encode the amount that you are requesting, because it might be that you request less, you have funding from other sources, so you have this possibility to go lower. At this moment in time, you can also encode an amount that is higher, but this is due that we are trying to fine-tune the tool in order not to go above, but now it's still possible. When we start a new beginning, I would say in life, or when you are moving to a new house, you will always bring with you some of the old items, your favorite items. And this actually is what has happened in this table that I will present you. This is the detailed budget table per work package. As Morten Jensen said before, you will be actually now get to use new terms, new words that before you didn't even know. And this is the concept of work package. Work package is what in CEF 1 we had the word of activity. So this budget is configured based on activities. And it's an Excel file that I will show you in another slide, or with all the tabs. There is no distinction by cost category, and it allows to encode different funding rates per work package, and it's encoded as totals per work package and per applicant and per reporting period. In other ways, the old budget breakdown that we had in CEF 1. This is what you will find, 5 tabs within that Excel file. You will have what is the most relevant tab is number 5. There you will need to encode the budget amounts because there you will get the result of your calculation by activities and by work packages. And this amount you will need to encode in the requested amount that was before I show it to you. We also wanted to help you as much as possible for the other categories, for the other type of cost. And this is for the unit contribution. You know well, and you will get to know that there is a specific model grant agreement for that. And there is, we have elaborated an Excel file that will help you to actually encode the unit cost types for rail freight noise, ERTMS, and the alternative fuels infrastructure facility. And it's actually an Excel file in which each type, each of the 3 will be actually, you will encode the unit numbers per category of unit cost, and it will calculate the total funding. This is the amount that you will actually need to encode in the tool in CEP. Having gone through all this onboarding ourselves, we learned something that we wanted to share with you, that you pay attention when preparing proposals, your proposal. The total cost that you have in these budget tables, that those will be, you will be able to download directly from CEP, has to match what you will encode in the tool. In case that we spot divergences between the evaluation process, we will actually take the structured data, what is in the tool. We also wanted to help you in thinking well and preparing your accounting of the cost. When you have a cost that needs to be claimed for reimbursement in the future, think first, like, for instance, you have a study. And this study, if it's the category, whether it falls within the personnel or is a subcontractor that you are actually subcontracted to a consultant, or that you have this nature of the cost at the outset. And then that you also think in which work package you are encoding that cost. And as much as possible, when you have mixed funding rate, think about putting specific work packages in order to monitor later on the financial data that you will report to us. For the special cost categories that we mentioned, studies, works in outermost regions, synergetic elements, and land purchase, it's good to establish separate work packages with the respective cost categories. Well, I hope this is as much as clear as it could be. And now I pass the floor to my colleague who from the onboarding team, who will be presenting. I'm sorry, the question, sorry. Yeah, the question.
So the frequent or the questions that have been asked, we have quite a number of questions to this session, and some of them relate to my presentation, but also to the presentation of my colleagues. So I'll try to identify some of the more general ones that we can answer, and then, as it has been mentioned earlier, then we will reply to all the questions that have come in during the day. Let me see. So is there a minimum number of requirement regarding the number of participants for a project proposal? No, a single applicant can apply for funding under the CEF program, provided, of course, that it is a legal entity and so on and fulfills the requirement. But there is no, it's actually quite common in CEF that there is only one applicant. Let me see. So we have a question on rail freight corridor network, if I understand this correctly. So what can apply, and what we have seen very often, for instance, for rail freight corridors, is that the applicant is the EEIG. So an EEIG can apply together with other applicants, so typically with railway undertakings also. I hope that helps to answer. Can third-party funding also be part of the application and included in the application and funded? There the answer is no. Here, I'm not quite sure what is meant, but there is another question that if a member state can declare implementing bodies, and the answer is yes, that well, it's not implementing bodies actually. It is in the previous CEF program, a member state could declare an implementing body. An implementing body does not exist anymore in the CEF regulation, but a member state can nominate an affiliated entity, provided that it fulfills the requirements, of course. This question, I think we have addressed it before, but implicitly the question, if I understand correctly, is whether, well, the fact is that an application needs the agreement of the member state concerned. So an applicant in one member state may implement a project in another member state, provided that there is the agreement of that other member state. The question on eligible applicants, and if authorities from a candidate country, Serbia, may participate in exceptional cases. It is indeed my understanding that in exceptional cases, a third country can participate to a project, provided that its participation is necessary for the implementation of the action of the project. I think I've addressed the questions here, and we get the questions on CBA, perhaps.
Okay, so in the CBA, is it possible to use national unitary values and unit cost instead of the ones referred in the Handbook of External Cost of Transport? Yes, it is possible. Our preference are the ones in the handbook, but national values can be used. It should be flagged in the application that these are used, and you should put also a link to the source, so that evaluators which are not familiar with all the national context, they know about those, but it is indeed possible. When will the SINEA guide be published? As I've mentioned, it should be quite very soon. Yeah, it still says coming soon, it's still valid. When is the CBA compulsory? I think this was covered by the presentation. Is there any guidance on the CBA report? I guess that you could refer to the structure that is suggested in the 2014 DG Regio guidance, with the different, following the same, the list of topics that are presented there. So scope, demand, option analysis, and so on. Economic analysis, financial analysis, and risk assessment. I think that would be a good structure, easy for our evaluators as well. Critical issue in CBA cash flow is the use of shadow cost. Does CEF plans to set standards to avoid divergence between actions? That's something that would definitely be useful. As of now, we are not. This is not set for the full CBA. We leave it to the applicants. In the simplified CBA, it is simply assumed that all the market values they take a conversion factor of just 1, so that they are essentially kept as they are. The externalities will be estimated directly in their economic value. Does the catalytic effect calculation replace the calculation of the funding gap? So the funding gap is not explicitly included anymore in the framework of the evaluation. So the CEF regulation is not giving the CBA this mandate anymore. So there are still these elements that are useful for actually defining the added value of the EU support, and this comes under the catalytic effect. And but the funding gap concept is indeed removed. Must climate proofing be part of the CBA for this call? So there are some elements that are typically part of a cost-benefit analysis assessment as traditionally done. The cost-benefit analysis will include the value of climate greenhouse gas emissions emitted by the project or saved through the implementation of the project. So that part of on climate mitigation would be already included by following the standard approach of the CBA, but this doesn't mean that it has to be part of the CBA. It's just that this component is typically included in the indicators that are calculated by a CBA. But the two exercises remain separate, and for climate proofing, the rules have been presented before. And is there a guidance on CBA report? I think it's. I think I've covered the most relevant one, and if something was not covered, they will be done in the FAQ in writing.
Could works with the studies, mixed proposal, the concept of being works on studies, mixed, also include a pilot investment as a study? Yes, it's possible. You will also have the environmental compliance file in which you will indicate that that study or that works will also carry out that type of activity, meaning that it's a physical intervention. Project management costs should not exceed 10% of the total cost. You read well the call document, indeed. Is there any limit for subcontracting costs? At this moment in time, there is no limit for subcontracting cost. So there will be two calculations, one online and one in Excel. Can you elaborate and exemplify how they are related? As I explained during my presentation, there are two, and actually they are related. The fact that you have the Excel, we will advise you to start with the Excel file before starting to encode in the tool, because that is a kind of a help that we are providing so that you could structure well your financial data, and only then when you have a clear view of the work packages, of the funding rates and the reporting periods in the Excel file, then you would be easily encoding that data in the structure part of the tool. Well, can you please explain which type of cost should be declared as subcontracting under CEF 2, considering there has been a bit of disambiguity under CEF 1? Basically, the transport projects in the past, we all know that the majority of the costs were carried out by subcontracting. So it's basically the same concept, though that now you will be required to specify that in the table. Having said that, when you have in works mix work studies, you might have an interest of putting independently whether that study has been subcontracted to put it under the column of studies, so you will have a higher amount to get reimbursed. Work package 1 should cover the management. Does this mean management only by the beneficiary, also by contract engineer selected by tender? This is actually up to you. You organize project management at your best, and then you report it to us. There might be, in some instances, where the contract engineer, you prefer to do it within the work packages, but it's your way, actually. Should promotion of the project be separate work package or be included in work package 1 management activities? We will advise you, as I said before, to put it in a separate work package in order to make it clear. But yeah, again, it's your own choice. Is it possible to confirm that costs are eligible starting from the 1st January 2021? Yes, it's the case. And the call for proposals state, indeed, indirect costs are not eligible at all, although it has been, we couldn't remove that, as I said earlier, for the constraints of the tool, but it's not eligible. And well, if you want to, for Can Next Gen EU, including RRF and Invest EU resources, be cumulated with CEF funds on the same activities and costs of an action submitted to the CEF call? Yes, indeed. You would need to actually, in the application form, there are a number of boxes where you will be required to specify the activities that might have other funding from other EU programs, along with a table at the very end in which you specify the specific amounts and detail everything. So it is possible, but of course, provided that it goes up to 100% of the funding of the project. It cannot go above. And we cannot finance twice the same. So, yeah. I think I answered quite a few. There are many questions. We will actually, in the evaluation team, we will actually look at all, and we will provide FAQs that will be published on eGrants. So this is also a new tool that you will get also familiarized later on. And yeah, that's all from me.
not working. Okay, should I start again? Okay, sorry. So again, I will go back here. So this is the public access of the funding and tenders portal. This is a place where you don't need any information. You don't need to log in order to have access to this data. If you click on the EU login button on the top right hand side, you will have access to the Manage My Area, the left menu, where you will be you will be able to access all the IT tools. There are 3 different layers that give you a personalized access to the IT tools. First, you have the EU login account, which should be linked to your professional email address. This is your unique identifier as a person. And linked to that, you will have the PIC number, the participant identification code, which is the unique identifier for the organizations. And this interlinked with the IAM, the Identity and Access Management. This is the role system which will give you really the access into the different tools. So you can see all those little characters which are at the bottom of the screen. Those are the different roles that you may have in the system. One user can have as many roles as necessary, so you should not think of those characters as one individual person, but one access right into the system. So the first thing, the EU login, you should all have one by now, I suppose. If you want to create one, it's quite easy. You just click on the register button on the main page of the portal. You can see it here. You just need to enter your name and your email address. Again, as I said, one EU login account should be linked to one email address only. And once you click on the button, you will receive an email. And if you click in the link in this email, you will just have to set up your password and you're done. Again, do not share your EU login credentials, because anyone who has access to this EU login account will be able to do some operations into the tools, the same one as you can do as a person. So that's also the reason why we advise you to use the professional email addresses and not the functional mailboxes, for example. So this is the screen where you will have to enter your information. The second layer, the PIC, the participant identification code, I know that it can be tricky sometimes. Actually, registering is quite easy. When you go on the main page on how to participate, you will have the participant register, where you have 2 options. The first one is here, PIC search. So if you are not sure whether your organization is already registered, you can do a search there and look for the PIC of your organization. Or if you want to form a consortium, you may also look for any existing PIC in the database. And if you don't have one, you just need to click on register the organization. At the end of this process, you will get your PIC number for your organization, and this is needed in order to submit a proposal. So if you click on register an organization, this is what you will get. You see there's a small metro line. It's just a wizard, step by step, at the end of which you will receive the PIC number. As you are filling in the information there, a background check is done in the background, so that if there is already an organization matching the data that you are entering, then you will be proposed to use this information instead of continuing the registration. And you may save and resume this registration at any time. So if you don't have the documents needed in order to fill in the form, then you can do so afterwards. A few important remarks. So you need to have the EU login account in order to register your organization. And the person who does the registration receives a role which is called the self-registrant role. So this is really the person that will be in contact with the Commission before the organization is validated and the LEAR is appointed. So if you don't have any LEAR, so the legal entity appointed representative, the person who registered will be the main person. When you are done with the registration, your PIC number is not validated yet. It needs to be done in a next step by the validation services. So the validation services receive notifications when they know that they have organizations that need to be validated, and they will ask you for some documents to be submitted in the Funding and Tenders portal in order to validate your organization.
So again, the validation is only triggered when a proposal is successful. So if you have never participated in a project before and your organization is not validated yet, until a proposal is successful, it can't be triggered. And in case you need to contact the validation services, you always need to do so into the participant register. I will show you a little bit later where you need to do this. Now we are reaching the trickiest part of my presentation, which is the identity and access management. So there's a lot to take in, but hopefully you will be able to understand better how this works. So as I said, this is really the whole set of access rights that you can have to the different tools in the portal. This ensures that you have a personalized but also a secure access to the tools. And it has been done in a way that it gives you the flexibility to do anything you need to do into the tools. And the Commission and the agencies don't have any involvement except for two parts. And all the rest is really left at the discretion of the consortium. And any change in the roles which are done into the tools are monitored and tracked. So if there's any complaint at some point, we can always trace this. So this is what this all looks like. You see that there are different areas, let's say. So we have the top layer, which is really the organization which is coordinating the whole project. So there's only one per project. And in case you're on a consortium, you will have as many participating beneficiaries as necessary. So this is the bottom layer. Then we have three different columns. The first one is for the organization roles. So this is really the people who take care of the data of the organization, but that do not participate directly into the project. For the project, this is the project roles. We have a third column, which is the audit roles, which I will not touch for this presentation. In case you have an audit, then there's a whole documentation into the funding and tenders portal where you will be able to find the necessary information. This is just a slide for safekeeping because we use a lot of acronyms, of course, and I will not use the acronyms during the presentation, but at least when we are referring to PCOCO or the LEAR, at least here you know what this means. Again, a few important remarks. You see that for all those characters, there are only two which are wearing a cap. This is because they are unique, so you can only have one LEAR, the legal entity appointed representative, the top role at the organization level, and only one primary coordinator contact, so the top role at the level of the project. All the other roles, there is no technical limitation in the number of roles that you may have in a project or at the level of the organization. And those are also the two only roles for which the Commission will need to intervene in case you need to change this role. So if you need to change the primary coordinator contact, you need to contact the project officer when your project has started. And if you want to change the LEAR, then you need to be in contact with the validation services. Otherwise, all the other roles can be defined at the level of the consortium. And again, I cannot stress it enough, one person can have several roles at the same time. So even if you see all those characters, it can be one and the same person. So if you are a one-person SME, you can still use this system, no problem. Compared to the previous slide, which featured a lot of roles, this is really the minimum configuration that we need. One LEAR per organization that will be able to modify the data of the organization, and the top role at the level of the project, primary coordinator contact, assisted by legal signatories and financial signatories, or the people who really have the rights to sign the legal and financial documents. How this is working? So basically you just start from the bottom, and the higher you go and the more rights you have. So if we start at the level of the team member, the lowest role here, it's a read-only access to the project information. The task manager has read and write access, but they cannot submit the documents to the European Commission. This can be done by the participant contact. So in case you are in a participating organization, not the coordinating one, this will be the top role at the level of the project. Then above this, we have the financial signatories, sorry, and the legal signatories, which can read, write, and sign and submit the financial forms or the legal forms, depending on the role. And on top of the food chain here, we have the primary coordinator contact that can be assisted by as few or as many coordinator contacts as necessary, who will submit everything to the Commission once everything is ready. The same for the organization roles. The legal signatories will have read-only access to the list of the organization projects, proposals, and roles, and to the organization data. In case you need to modify this data, you will need to be either the LEAR, legal entity appointed representative, or the account administrators. So the account administrators can do exactly the same things as the LEAR, except to directly revoke the LEAR himself or herself. Those roles don't just appear out of the blue. It starts already at the level of the proposal. So the person who initiates the proposal will automatically become the primary coordinator contact when the proposal is successful. It doesn't mean that this can't be changed at a later stage, but this is how it will work in the first step. And for every main contact given for the participating organizations, they will become the participant contact, so the main role at the level of the project for the organization. As I already said, the LEAR is validated by the Commission during the validation process, and in case you need to have more information about this, I have included a link to the documentation. Who can grant those roles? So the primary coordinator contact can nominate and revoke all the project roles for his own organization, and also the top role at the level of the other organizations. The reason is that if for some reason one participant contact does not reply, you are not stuck into your project. The primary coordinator contact can still nominate someone who will be able to fill in the information. Coordinator contacts have exactly the same rights, and then we have the participant contact who can nominate and revoke everyone in their own organization at the level of the project. For the organization level, we have the LEAR who can nominate and revoke everyone at the level of the organization, in their own organization, of course, and the account administrators can do the same thing except remove the LEAR or change the LEAR. Now, how to do this? You should grant the email address which is used for the e-login account of those people. If those people do not have any EU login account, that's not an issue because it will automatically be created when they submit the role. To show you how this works, so if you want to grant a role at the level of the project, for example, so you log in into the portal, and you go into My Projects, because it's a project role. You can see all the projects that you are managing. You click on the Action button and Manage Consortium. If you click on this, you will have this screen where you will be able to see the whole consortium for this project. If you have the right to do so, you have this Edit Roles button. And if you click on it, you can see all the roles for this project in this organization. And again, if you can do so, you can either erase, well, not erase the user, but remove the access rights, or grant a new role to a new person which is not in this list yet. It works exactly the same for the organization role. So you just go into My Organizations, find your organization. You should only have one or two maybe here. This is just for test purposes. But if you click on the Action button, you have this View Roles. And if you click, you have here a search engine that allows you to find the roles that you are looking for. And if you click here on the Edit Organization Roles, again, if you have the right to do so, you have the same thing. So you can edit the user, remove that user, or add a new role. A question that keeps popping up is how to do for the LEAR. So because this is the central role without which nothing can be done once the proposal is successful. Again, this is in My Organizations, and you have this Modify Organization. So if you do not have a LEAR yet, this will be the self-registrant that will be able to do this. And once they click on Modify Organization, they will enter the participant register, and there's a section called LEAR. And this will be the place where you will be able to request a change of LEAR or to nominate a new one if it hasn't been done so. I was also mentioning the fact that it's primordial that you use the tool if you need to contact the validation services. Well, this is also the place where you can do it. So again, the self-registrant into My Organization, Modify Organization, here you have this message tab. And this is the place where you will be able to contact the validation services in case you have any question. There is one exception to what I just explained. This is the legal signatories and the financial signatories. It works in two steps, actually. The first thing is that at the level of the organization, the LEAR will need to nominate a pool of people who will have the legal power to sign the legal forms or the financial forms. So again, it can be as many or as few people as necessary. Those people will have the role L-sign or F-sign, but they will not be able to do anything in the tools yet. This will only happen after the second step, which happens at the level of the project, where the coordinator contacts or the participant contacts need to take the people who have been appointed there and assign them to the project. And then they will be called PL sign or PF sign. And this little p makes all the difference because this means that they have been assigned to a project, a specific project, where they will be able to click on the button there. And again, there can be as many or as few of these people assigned to a project as necessary. It's really up to you how you want to organize this. If you are a LEAR or an account administrator, you can manage in My Organizations all the data from your organization. You have an access to the list of roles, proposals, and projects. And I will also briefly mention the public organization profile and partner search, even though it's not really valid for you. If you click on the partner search on the portal, you can find any organization, including yours. Once you have registered, your profile automatically appears there. If you click on one organization, there is no sensitive information which is displayed whatsoever. This is all publicly available information. If you are the LEAR, you can edit this description that we see here and the list of keywords which appear here. And the reason why I wanted to talk about this briefly is that if you go lower into the page, you are able to contact the organization. The name and the email that you see here is my information, because this is the only information that will be disclosed if I want to contact someone from a project. So in case you are a coordinator contact or a participant contact and you receive an email, this will be done through this system. And again, no data is disclosed at any point using this form. But afterwards, there have been a few cases where there was spamming or phishing, which has been done using this functionality. So in this case, we just advise you to do as you would with an email pretending to be from your bank or from Amazon or whatever. We have all seen those fake emails. Basically, the bottom line is that we never ask for any information or for any documents via email. So in case you need to do anything into the portal, it will be done directly in the tools. So in case you have any doubt, do not open those links and go into the portal and see whether you find the same notification, because that will be really the only way where you are sure that this is a genuine message. And in case you want more information, I have included the link to the FAQ for this information. When it comes to my projects, actually, this is the place where you will be able to manage the project at every moment. So once you have submitted a proposal, this is in My Proposals. And once the proposal is successful, if you need to sign the grant, afterwards, if you need to amend it, if you need to report, this will be done in My Projects. I also wanted to talk about the paperless submission, because now everything is paperless. So once someone clicks on the sign and submit, it creates an e-receipt. And all the people that need to know about the creation of this e-receipt are notified. And the e-receipt is actually the same document that you just submitted in PDF format, but it has a digital seal on top of it. So it means that actually this is valid in case there's any legal issue. This is a legally valid document, except if you try to edit it. So editing a document which has been e-signed, which has been digitally signed, will result in a breach of the seal and will break the legal validity of this document then. You can keep it where you want. You can forward it to anyone who needs to know about this, but don't try to edit it, because then, in this case, the document is null and void. My notifications, it's a place which is a bit hidden maybe in the portal. I will show you. I wanted to talk about this for two reasons. Because first, this is the place where you will find a copy of all the messages that you receive via email. And because it needs to be distinguished from my formal notifications, the difference is that my formal notifications are only used when we need an acknowledgement of receipt. For example, if a grant is terminated or if a beneficiary is terminated. So we only use it in exceptional cases. Hopefully, we will not have to use it in your case, but at least you know the difference between those two. And the notifications is here. So this little bell, it doesn't appear in the menu, but if you click here, you will have a copy of all the notifications that you can manage in this small inbox view. And this is an option which is rarely known by people, but there are lots of useful things that hide behind my account. First, this is the place where you will be able to check all the roles that you have or which are linked to the EU login account with which you are connected at least. So in case you doubt whether you have any role, you can go there and see whether you have actually the role into the system for what you want to do. In case you want to activate the two-step verification, which is a more and more common security feature which requires you to use a device in order to log in, this is also the place where you can activate it. And in case you want to report a bug, the IT help desk can be accessed also under my account. So when you are logged in, you just click on this, this little avatar and you have this menu. And this is where this is all hiding. For example, my roles, and you can see for my role, all the roles for the organizations, for the projects, and so on. So in case you have any doubt, it's here. And also, in case you need to change your EU login password, this is also the place where you will be able to do so. And to activate a two-step verification is also, those are the two icons that you can use. And just to conclude, in case you need some help, then we advise you to use the guidance and manuals under the support tab. You will be able to find two things: the online manual, which is the whole guide for the business processes, and the IT how-to wiki. This is exactly the same, but for the IT processes themselves. So this will be more general overview about what you need to do into the system, and this will be your guide showing you how to do it and where to click. So there are a lot of screenshots and videos. So in case you are stuck, it's very likely that you will find information that you are looking for over there. There's still a big FAQ database which you can browse as well. There's a search engine which is quite helpful. And in case you are still stuck after all this, we have all the help desks. Just know that the help desks are program-based, so you really need to select the program for which you want some help, because otherwise you might not have the proper options appearing for you. And this concludes my presentation. So again, I know it's a lot to take in one go, but hopefully now you see a bit clearer where you need to click in order to do what you need to do. And for the questions, it will be at the end of the session, I think. So I think that my colleague Dave will really show you now the tool to submit proposals. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I guess I can lose this. Oh, terrible. Okay, so I was going to use my laptop, but I think it's probably easier if I just log in here. I guess it's just a standard. We can use Chrome. Okay, so am I being videoed too? Best behavior. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to submit a proposal and give you a bit of hint, tips and tricks on what to avoid, what to do, and what not to do. For this, you can use any type of standard computer, a Mac or a PC. You can even do it on your phone or your iPad if you wish, but it would be a bit unusual for big proposals like CEF Transport, I imagine. Here we have Chrome. So you go to the Funding and Tenders portal. As I'm sure you're now aware, after Olivier's excellent presentation, there you go, it's the top hit. Buff. and you just click. Took a few years before Funding and Tenders Portal was the top hit, because it used to be called Participant Portal, of course. I see some people still using that terminology, but now it's normally the top hit. Okay, so it takes you on the landing page, the splash page, and here you see all the programs, and the fourth one across, is Connecting Europe Facility. So the easy way is just to click on that, and then you land on the landing page of the program. It tells you a little bit of high-level blah, blah, blah. You've got some latest news. So, okay, we have a CEF Transport Calls Info Day. That's today. Great. And if you want to find the calls, or more correctly, topics, actually, calls is a little bit old terminology, you just click on the view, and then they all pop up. And then you can search through these to find the one you want. I've completely forgotten the name of the one I prepared earlier, so we'll come back to that in a minute. But we can just take any one for the purposes of showing how to initially apply. Do you need to say something? Yes. No, I don't remember. I did another one. I was mixing it up with tomorrow. I apologize. I do apologize. But we can look at, do you want to look at it anyway? What's the topic called? Tell me. Railworks. Let's do a search for that. Oh my goodness. I spent a lot of preparation this morning on this and I took the wrong topic. Damn. It's my age. Okay. It doesn't pop up. Okay. It's a... It flipped to QWERTY keyboard. Railworks. Let's see if we get one. No, it's still not coming. It's not. Very good. So, you can search on keywords, but a note, if you put railworks as one word or railworks as two words, it does make a difference. Of course, you can browse through them all as well, but there's like 88 of them now, so it would be quite a lot. Now, if you want to apply from scratch for a topic, so you look through these and say, okay, which one is it I want? You've got CompGen Railworks. They're all CompGen Railworks. I'm sure for people who understand the business, these are all very, very different topics. I'm not sure Isabel's got a look at it. Yeah, okay. You looked a bit shocked. For the IT guy, for me, it's just another 4 topics. I don't really know the difference between them too much. So anyway, you click on the topic, it brings you to the topic page itself. So you've got some high-level information at the top. You've got some, if you have any updates, they come up here. Just description of the topic, and then most importantly, the topic conditions and the documents. Okay, so this is a section you want to pay the most attention to. It has all the information you need in terms of the eligibility conditions. You'll find the work program here, the call document, and so on and so forth. When you're satisfied that this is the topic that you wish to apply for, you come down to the Start Submission area. You indicate that. I mean, there's only one to click, but okay. We want to make doubly sure that you are applying for the correct topic, because as you see, there are 4. And sometimes if you apply for the wrong one, it can cause issues downstream. Sometimes they can be adapted later in the process, sometimes not. It depends on a number of variables. So always be sure you are applying for the correct topic. That's very important. You click on Start Submission. It'll ask you again, are you sure this is the topic you want? And you confirm. Now, the first thing to say is if after a couple of days or a couple of weeks you see you've got the wrong topic, you can just trash that proposal and make a new one. Okay? So it's not the end of the world. You can make as many proposals as you like. Obviously, if it's all the same proposal, you'll only want to be submitting one of them at the end of the day. But it doesn't matter if you start a new one. And now, of course, you see it's asking me to sign in to continue with the EU login. Hang on, that's going to be with the wrong email address. So I need to log out first. And then go back to login. Okay, different email address. Wrong glasses. Okay, then we start the submission process. You have, first you get the create proposal screen. And it's the only time you visit this screen. is when you first create a proposal for a topic. After that, you have the participants and the proposal forms screens and the submit screen. And these final three, you can iterate around as many times as you like. Okay, so one of the, obviously being, you're probably used to this with Tentec as well. When you have an electronic system, you can return back to your proposals as many times as you like before the deadline. And in the case of the CEP submission tool, the eGrants submission tool, you can resubmit that proposal as many times as you like prior to the deadline, with the last submitted proposal being the one that goes forward to evaluation. We don't keep versions of submitted proposals. It's only ever the last one submitted. Now, the topography of the screen is pretty much the same. So you've always got up here on the top left, you've got a bit of high-level information. So you've got your deadline, which of course is vitally important. And again, it's an electronic tool. If you submit 1 second past the deadline, your proposal will not be submitted. Point. Okay? So you must submit a proposal in good time. And the recommendation, because there's no limit to how many times you can submit, is just get a good first draft in the bag. Okay, if you think, okay, this is 80% good, but I still need to work on it for a month, doesn't matter. Submit it. Get something in there, okay? Because if something happens and you cannot submit again for whatever reason, you've still got a chance to be going forwards with that. And then underneath, so you have the call information, the topic, the type of action, and the type of model grant agreement that it pertains to. So it's a CEF action grant in this case. Then, very important, we've got the download Part B templates. So here you will have a link, you click on this, and it will download a zip file where you will see the templates that you need to complete, and then mostly save as a PDF, and then upload back into the proposal itself. So here you see it's Chrome, so it's down here on the bottom left. If I open it up, okay, these are all your templates that you need to complete, and you see their rich text format, so they will open fine in either in Word or open document or Pages on a Mac. So we have XLSX actually, which isn't quite open source, but okay. And then XLSM, which is macro enabled. Okay, so these are the documents you need to complete and upload later in the process. The main one, of course, the guts of it is the Part B template. So we always talk, in terms of the IT tools, we mainly talk about a Part A and a Part B and then annexes. So the Part A is what we call structured data. In the old days, it was actually a PDF form that was completed. Now it's actually a web page. It just looks a bit like a PDF. And we have the Part B, which, like I say, is this rich text format template. You work in it locally on your computer, save it in PDF, and then upload it. And the same goes for the spreadsheet documents for the detailed budget table, and so on. Okay, I'm not going to open those or mess about with those at all. We're just looking at the general mechanism of how to upload and submit a proposal. If you get stuck, below the Part B templates section, you've got support and help desk. You've got links to the online manual, IT how-to, direct email link to the IT help desk, and the FAQ page. And the FAQ page will build up over time as more questions get answered by the staff responding to applicants' questions. And when there's a question which is applicable for everybody, or maybe all questions, they will be published there in the equal opportunity for everybody spirit that we uphold. Below this, you've got an email link to the technical support, the EC Funding Tenders Service Desk, and the telephone number. The telephone number is available from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening on business days, Brussels local time, so Central European time, I suppose that is. Then over on the right, sometimes you will get a notification up here on the top. So you see one here, please submit your proposal at the latest 48 hours before the deadline. Of course, the tool works perfectly well 10 seconds before the deadline. But what if? What if your network connection was gone at that moment in time? What if something happened? What if you were delayed? Okay, so you don't wait until 10 seconds before 5 o'clock on the deadline day, and I cannot stress that enough. Okay, it's less common these days now that people are more used to the electronic tools. But there was a time when after every call closure, you get a load of complaints. Yeah, the European Commission tool didn't work. I couldn't submit. Yeah, well, 2,000 other people were able to submit. So not a good story. Anyway, they very rarely get through because the tools tend to work. And if the tools don't work, if there is an issue on the EC level, then typically the call deadline will be extended if that's the case, and it's causing difficulties for applicants. But fortunately, that doesn't happen too often. It was a little bit rough earlier this year with the new framework coming in and a lot of changes, but now it's settled down and it's much better. So you get these notifications, you can clear them out if you like, and then you have to identify your organization. So Olivier already talked about the PICs, so now you understand everything about PICs. If you've used the tool before, and I guess some of you will have, for instance, I believe that SESAR is part of this presentation. SESAR have been using eGrants tools for quite a long time now, so you'll be familiar with it. So your PICs will automatically be available here. These are the ones I use for testing purposes. So the first one is my PIC, so I use that. And then I identify myself as a main contact person. So for every organization in the consortium, you need a main contact. You cannot submit the proposal unless every participant has a main contact. You can only have one main contact. So typically you're working with the main contact most of the time, but you can add contact persons to the organization in the proposal as well. And then we have the acronym. So I always use that one. And then you put a short summary, which is commensurate to the abstract in the research world. Save and go to next step. Say, okay, any organizations that you've chosen will be notified that they have become part of a proposal. So this is something, as Olivia, I'm pretty sure Olivia mentioned that we inform applicants when they've been added to a proposal. The LEA will receive a notification. And then you have general terms and conditions. It's boilerplate conditions. The only thing you can change here is that you can obfuscate some of what we call the pre-registration data of the proposal, which is a set of information, primarily what you saw there on the Create Proposal page. And on the next page for the consortium, that information, not all of it, but most of it is viewable prior to the call deadline to the commission staff, unless you say, I don't want it to be so. Okay? Note that all the documents that you upload, all the annexes, the Part B and the Part A, all this information is completely unavailable to the Commission until after the deadline. So it's just this high-level information. Mostly what they're looking for there is the proposal summary. So it's good if you can complete it and make it visible because it helps get a feel for the evaluation needs for that proposal. And also for the consortium. Because in a lot of commission programs, we're recruiting external experts to do the evaluation. And you can already see, therefore, at that moment, if you have a conflict of interest. So it's very helpful if you allow the staff to see this information prior to the deadline. But it's purely used for operational reasons, of course. So we click on OK, and we have created a proposal. Does this one have a special budget table? Is that why you wanted me to use it? Okay, I'll carry on with it then. But I won't put much content, okay? I won't put a consortium. Okay, because we can look at my other proposal for that. So you have the choice now. Okay, this is important. Continue with this proposal or go to my proposals. Okay, so now you can bomb out if you like. If it's the end of a hard working day, you want to go for a nice cold drink or it's time for bed or whatever, you finish it and it's over. And the next day, you come back to it via the My Proposals. So you go to the portal, you log in with EU login, you go to the personalized area on the left, and you have the section My Proposals, and there you get back to, your proposals. Big surprise. We'll continue with this because we want to have a look at the budget table. Actually, I'll add one participant. So we'll just add a partner, another test one. So you see I search for this one, I know the name, I know it's there, I know there's only one. It could be you search using other terms, and maybe it comes up with 20 companies or 100 companies. So you will get multiple titles. Actually, let me show you. Let's take Oxford, which is big in the research world. Voila, see we have many, many Oxfords, okay? Not all of them in Oxford. That is Finland, okay? Doesn't sound particularly Finnish. This brings up the first 9 hits based on the search terms that you use. If you think you're not there, you can search for up to 200 more. Okay. It's a bit sleepy. Voilà. That is some name of an organization. My goodness. So you see all these are something to do with Oxford. Okay, most of them are in Oxford probably, yes. Let's say you still don't find it. Oops. Okay, not great. I don't want that one. So I deleted it. If you cannot, sorry, I apologize. If you cannot find your organization, and I will search again, you can create the pick on the fly. Okay, it's a very fast process. We don't ask for a lot of information at this stage because, of course, the validation of the organization comes much later in the process. Organizations are only pushed forward to financial validation when we get towards the end of the evaluation stage. So let's say you don't find your organization, you can click here on the screen and it will take you to the beneficiary register, applicant register, participant register. What do they call it these days? Participant register. Okay. It's my Alzheimer's, I'm sorry. And you can register it literally within 2 minutes. So this isn't a blocker, but I suspect that most organizations applying for such big grants are probably already in the tools a long, long time already. So I'm going to use Yanitom. Okay, first thing it will ask is for the contact details again. So again, we'll indicate a main contact, access rights, full access. If you put a participant contact, you can also give them read-only access rights. So they have reduced access rights on editing the proposal in that case. But anybody who's invited into the proposal can view all of the proposal at any point in time. So this is also an important thing to know. And they will receive an email on the email address that you indicate. So just let me fill this in. It's a funny keyboard. Voila. So we have an email, we've got the names, everything is green, everything's good, add contact. And then when I save and go to next step, it will send an email to this person on that email address, and hopefully you've used their email address that corresponds to their EU login account. Okay, so if you're not sure, contact them beforehand, saves a lot of trouble. We can't obviously expose this or even validate it because of phishing potential issues. But they will receive an email on that email address, and if they don't have an EU login account, it will be pre-provisioned and they'll get another email for completing the process. Okay, so again, you see now we're on proposal forms. You see we've got the same information up here on the top left. In fact, the whole left of the screen is almost the same. Then we've got a bit more information. Okay, in the step you can edit the administrative forms, and it also tells you your proposal contains changes that have not yet been submitted. So whenever you submit a proposal, this flag clears, the message goes. And if you make any changes, that message will reappear again until you resubmit, and so on and so forth. We've got the edit forms, which is for the part A. And then for CEF, we've got this graphical information tool that we call the GIS. Okay, if you've applied for transport calls in the past, you'll be completely familiar with it. It's the same tool. Okay, so we just call it from here. It's the same tool INEA have used for a very long time, so you'll be familiar. You can look at a brief history of the changes, and you can do a print preview. So the part A that you've completed and the PDF documents that you've uploaded, you can do a print preview of those together. And then you've got a rather large number of annexes to upload. The part B itself, of course, which is the proposal proper. Detailed budget table, activity reports, there's the previous projects, blah, 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 so on and so forth. If there's a red bar here, it means it's a mandatory document. You have to upload a document into that slot of the right file type and not too large. Okay? The other constraint is it can have a maximum number of pages. How do you see these constraints? You click on the question mark here. So it's a PDF, 10 megabytes, and up to 120 pages. If you supply a document with more than 120 pages, they will be blanked after page 120. They're not deleted, they're still there. If there's some kind of technical irregularity, we can remove that. It's like something that goes over the top, a layer, I don't know what you call it, a template that goes over the top of it. that obfuscates it. So it can be retrieved if necessary, but we didn't get the problem yet. For some others, maybe they're asking for XLS, I'm not sure, maybe, yeah, so the simplified CBA calculator is asking for an XLS. Detailed budget table should normally be in it, yeah. So you need the right file type. We don't check the contents. We cannot check the contents. It just has to be the right type, not too big, not too long, okay? And if it's red, it's mandatory. If you're missing a mandatory document, you cannot submit. It's what we call a blocking error. You have two levels of errors, a blocking error, which is on missing documents, on the proposal title, and on some of the declarations that we see in the Part A. And we have warning messages, so like maybe you're missing somebody's first name in the form, okay? It's not ideal, you should have it there, but it's not going to block the submit process. So let's go and have a look at the Part A, because this has a fancy budget table apparently. So all CEF budget tables are fancy. Okay, so here we're in the Part A form. As you can see, it does actually look like a form, but in fact it's a web page and you navigate around through these buttons or here. The first thing is the general information. I'm going to skip through this fairly quickly and come back to another proposal which I completed earlier. So you have your acronym. So you see this is information that you entered in the create proposal. You need a proposal title. So you see you have an asterisk here. It means it's mandatory. Okay. Duration in months. Okay. 3 keywords, just some kind of informative keywords that could be used to search for the proposal in the tools going forwards. The abstract, which was the short summary that we entered when we created the proposal, you can expand on it here and adapt it over time, of course. We do have this, you need to be aware of this because this is a little bit specific to previous eGrants proposals. So has this proposal or similar one been submitted in the past 2 years? If you answer yes, then you're constrained to either 6 or 9 digits. Now, the problem there is if this was previously submitted in Tentec, then you had a more complex proposal ID, and it won't work. You cannot type it in there. So what we suggest is that if people have submitted a similar proposal in the past, you can indicate yes here, but leave this blank, and then put something in the Part B to say, okay, this proposal was previously submitted, and give the reference number. You've also got a question in the other questions that could also be used for that, but I think that's more implying if it's being submitted now rather than in the past. So just be aware it's a little bit of a quirk. Obviously, after a few years using the tools, it won't matter anymore because it will then be in line. And talking about the structured proposal reference, as we call it, we are in fact generating one here, which is very similar to the Tentec structured proposal reference that's used in the past. Okay, it's a bit more meaningful if you're using the PCI calls because you can then get the PCI in there as well. You don't see it here because it's not relevant. Okay, so this is another important section, the declarations. And again, you see we have an asterisk here, meaning this first declaration is mandatory. If you don't check that, you cannot submit. These are not the formal declaration of honor. The formal declaration of honor step comes when you get into the grant preparation process, and it's signed as one of the steps prior to the signature of the grant agreement. So that comes later. This is just like a kind of catch-all boilerplate set of declarations at this stage. And for each applicant, you need to fill in some basic information. And again, a feature we have of the eGrants submission tool is we try to ask the absolute minimum of information at submission stage. So there's less info being requested now than you might have been used to in the past. The reason being that we try to lighten the load at submission time and then push it on to the successful applicants who are to be granted because they don't mind taking that burden on knowing that they're probably, not always 100%, but probably going to get some money. Okay, so it's to encourage submission and lighten up the process a bit. So for each of these organizations, you need to complete some basic data. But again, none of it is blocking, but obviously it's good to complete it, or you can just say not applicable, okay? You need the salutation, and so on and so forth. Whoop. It's a very high level of information. That'll do. Then we move on to the budget. I see why you wanted this one. Did somebody want to explain this? You just want to see it? Okay, okay, gotcha. Because I'm pretty familiar with it, but to go into details, yeah, that's beyond my pay grade. So yeah, you fill in the budget. Obviously, you've already completed the detailed budget statement in XLS before this, and you should be taking your numbers from there to enter into this table. I guess you've been over that already, yeah? This is vitally important. The numbers in here have to match the numbers in the detailed budget table. And yes, it's a bit quirky, and we'd all like it. It was all done in the form just there, but it's so much IT development that we just couldn't do it. It was not really fitting. So we've got this workaround with the XLS, but you really have to have the numbers matching. If they don't match, it can cause eligibility issues, admissibility issues, or launch in an obvious clerical error request, which, to be honest, is a pain for everybody. So just really take care on the budget table. Huh? So here, okay, you've got your special funding rates. Make sure you pick the right one. That's also critically important. And then complete it with the correct numbers. Hey, whoop. Gosh, I think it's actually the first time I see this. It's impressive. So we have where it will derive eventually, okay, a maximum EU contribution on the eligible costs. And then you need to indicate the requests that you want. Typically, it would be the full amount, but it may be less, but it may not be higher, of course. So if you put 6,000 here, which I think would be a rather low amount for such a project, but okay. Let's just fill in some other numbers quick. Okay. So we've completed our budget table. Then we have some other questions. Okay, is the proposal complementary to another proposal? But the meaning of that is for the current submission phase, not for the past submission phase. So don't get confused. It will ask you for a number here. Pops up. Voila. Are there synergies? No. Yes. Which member states? Oops. That one. So yeah, Angola. It's a well-known European member state. It's an associated country, right? And which part of the network? Yeah, and you can add as many of these as you like. Okay. And then we've completed our part A. Okay. And then we can do a validation of the form. And you have, like I say, two levels. You have warnings and errors. So we have warnings saying, okay, you missed the proposal reference number. That was the one we was talking about in the previous submissions. But we don't care, it doesn't block. Requested contribution cannot be higher than the max EU contribution. Okay, so it's picked it up. And if you click on the show warning, it will take you to the place in the form where you have the issue. Okay, and it highlights the problem. Okay, we're not going to dwell on that now. You go back to validate, but where you do have an issue here is there with the declaration, show error. So you have to clear that before you can submit. Can I get 3 more minutes? Okay. So I'm going to bomb out of this proposal now because there's a lot of work to be done for that to make it submittable. Okay. So I'm just going to kill that. It's still there. It hasn't gone. Although I don't think I saved my Part A form, but I don't care for the purposes of this. But that's how I want to come back to the one I created earlier. Okay, I shall log in. And then we go to the personalized area on the left. Okay, my proposals. And you see I've got a lot of proposals. I mean, I've got too many. You want to find it quick, okay? You just type as a filter up here on the right. And the one I worked on earlier was SimOBGen. Sorry, it's the wrong one, I know. And you can go back straight into edit the draft. Okay, so you see on this one here, okay, we've got less annexes, and I've uploaded a document to all of them except for this one. Let's see what happens when we try to submit. It won't let you. So we've got 2 errors. We've got the declaration in the form, which is what we saw on the other proposal, and we've got some warning messages we don't care about. If you click on the URL here, it will go back into the form, into the place in the form where you need to adapt it. He said hopefully because this wasn't working a few weeks ago, but damn, still not fixed. But okay, you know it's in the general information because you've been working on it before, and it's highlighted in red. Well, actually, we're missing the proposal title too, and the declaration. Okay, we save and close. It still won't let us submit because we're missing a mandatory document. And I will have to upload one. And I hope there's one on this PC. We'll see. Wants a PDF. So this is how you upload. You click on the upload button. If you click on the upload of an existing document, it will just overwrite it. And you can also delete the document. Yeah. Sorry. You delete it first, then upload it. And you can download it. And be aware that any participants that have access to the proposal can also download the documents. Okay? So you only invite people into the proposal that you have absolute trust in, of course. Now we need a PDF of some description. There isn't one. So we go back to the transport call. Oh no, that's a Slido back here. I'm just going to go to a CEF call, any call, this one. Okay, let's try again. Great. We have PDF. Bang. Now we submit. This isn't how you should do your proposal, by the way. Just this is like, you've only got half an hour and you didn't prepare the right proposal mode. Okay, so it's telling us we've got a couple of warnings on the budget, but we don't care. We can put a message to the call coordinator as to why we're submitting when we have warning messages. And then it'll take you to the submit screen where you're giving a proposal ID. This is your official proposal ID here. It's a 9-digit number. This will be used if you're fortunate enough to be granted. This will turn into a project ID and will be used for the lifetime of the project. From here, you can still update the proposal. You can download the sign combine that Olivier was talking about earlier, so the sealed proposal. When it's generated, it can take a few hours. You can download the spreadsheets that you've uploaded because they're not part of the sealed document at the moment. And you can withdraw the proposal. So let's say you decide to make a new proposal. You've made such a mess of it, you don't want to go forward. You can withdraw. You can say why you're withdrawing it. And I always have to withdraw my proposals, otherwise I will get shot by the project officers and the core coordinators. And there it's gone. And but then you can go back and resubmit the same proposal if you wish. You just flip it into different states. Okay, I got it. Would you like to make a clarification? Sure. Please.
On the annexes to be submitted, you will see the whole list of annexes that you need to submit, but it's not that all are required. The ones that are required will always be in red, but then on the green ones, you need to cross-check with the call documentation. So basically, a call, you might see a military mobility declaration under a works project proposal, but it's not relevant for your call. So please just cross-check with the call document in order to make sure that you submit the right declarations and annexes. And now we are moving to the questions. As member state representative that would like to monitor CEF2 projects only and not manage them, will we need to register in this new system to have access?
Yeah, so again, it all depends which kind of role you want to give. So if you want to give a read-only access to your project, this would be the team member role. So that's the little pink role that I have shown in my slides, actually. So this is read-only access to the project data, but those people cannot do anything into the project itself. So when opening a new proposal on Horizon Europe topics, the initiator can select if he or she is the main contact or not. Does this not work for CEF? I think it's exactly the same. Yeah, it works the same. It is planned to include ongoing CEF projects into the FNT portal for monitoring and reporting, or it will only manage new CEF projects. Actually, I don't know. It's not planned. Is there a relation between the roles defined in the Identity and Access Management portal to the actual project management work package? Should they work program, I guess? I don't know. Should they be identical? No. Is it possible to designate several legal signatories for a given organization? Yes. So as I have shown in my presentation, the LEAR or the account administrators need to create a pool of people who will be L-signs. They will have the L-sign acronym into the system. But in order for those people to have access to the project, then the coordinator contacts or the participant contacts need to assign them to the project and turn them into PL signs or PF signs. It works the same for the legal signatories or the financial signatories. And again, if you are not sure whether you have the role or whether you have the proper role, you can go into My Account, My Roles. And for example, if you have an L sign role, you will not have the button. You need to be a PL sign. Are submission files still structured with parts A, B, C, and D as for CEF1 or as they are filled by specific teams in the tender organization? No. how to give access to external advisors, for example, from organizations other than the applicants, access to a proposal, assign a role as a contributor. When it comes for proposals.
Yeah, I guess that's what's meant.
Yeah, I think so.
In which case you can add them as a participant contact. If you want them to get access to the proposal.
Yeah, you can.
While it's ongoing, just add them in.
Yeah, maybe it's easier.
Yeah, if you need to add somebody into the proposal prior to the deadline to either contribute or just to understand, and it can also be access to an NCP, for instance, you add them as a participant contact with read-only access. We have the same mechanism that we're using for other programs for that. It's simple. It doesn't require any specific developments, and it's up to the proposal coordinator themselves if they're happy to do that or not. And then will the current, whoops, where do I click? Here? Will current ongoing projects under CEF1 be no. No, they will continue to be administered in the existing suite of tools.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that means that we have come to the end of this CEF Transport 21 map call Info Day. It has been a day with a lot of information, a lot of new information, because we have also started a new programming period. So it's not only, let's say, a new call, but also on the basis of a new program. And it is also where we have taken a new step into another submission tool. So this day has been full of this information, and I hope it has been very useful for you to follow the information and this web streaming. The web streaming itself will become available in full on our website, in principle this evening or within very short time. So you can go back and see it all, or you can go back and see some parts of it to be reminded about the information that has been provided. As we have said earlier, we have received a lot of questions, and we have not been able to answer to all the questions, either because they have been very technical or related to a specific project, but also because of the volume of the questions. So we will come back to the questions and provide replies to the questions. Some of the questions are, let's say, very similar in principle, the same formulated in different ways, and there, of course, we will provide, let's say, a single reply to those questions. As I also said earlier in my presentation, I really invite you to read the documentation which is available. You've seen from the portal that there's a lot of documents available. There's the work program, the call text, the model grant agreement, and so on. So you can already find a lot of answers to your questions in those documents. And it is really important that you also read the documents, because they provide, on the one hand, the information and assures you that your project falls inside the scope of the call or not, maybe. So therefore, you will need to read this information in any case. As I also said earlier, the model grant agreement, it's also very important that you understand that if you submit an application and that you are successful, that you actually know what you will be signing up to in terms of contractual obligations, so to say. So again, read the information carefully, and should you not have found the answer to the questions you may have, then you can submit the questions to the help desk. For the technical questions on the portal, on the IT part, there is a specific help desk, and for the questions related directly to the call and the content of the call, there is another help desk. So with this, I would like to thank you for your participation today. We look forward to receiving a lot of very good proposals under these calls for proposals, and thank you for your participation. Bye-bye.